the big screen show. A knock at the door, you're in the right place tonight. Sit back and relax. Are you ready for this night? Each day is a vision of life. Vision of life. Endless rainbows in each other's lives. Oh, coast to coast, where our rivers flow. Yeah. In your eyes, it's the first episode. God created the heaven and earth. From the womb came a new childbirth. The blackest Caesar that you ever seen. A civilization, a nature coming king. Yeah. Each day there's a vision of life. Vision of life. It's rainbows in each other's lives. The first episode.
Reflections of light. It's the first episode. Shadows cross in the light.
On and on and on and on and on, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a vision of life. A vision of life. Oh, each other's lives, yeah. With a cross with flow, yeah, yeah. It's the first episode of life.
Good morning, Eastern Standard Time, USA. It is 6 a.m., January 16th, 2024, and it is exactly one day after Martin Luther King's birthday. The great Martin Luther King, a civil rights leader who sacrificed his life and was brutally murdered for Black Americans, African Americans, Afro Americans, whatever you want to call it. At this time, it was called. At this time, we were called Negroes. You know what I mean? This is what it was. We were called Negroes. Yeah, we had not really transcended to any type of human rights. It's a period this generation often cannot imagine, although this generation has its troubles and its hurdles, which are still greatly linked to the last generation. But this time period was segregated, and like it or not, this generation doesn't have that experience. They don't have a segregated daily life. You know, this generation gets on buses, takes trains, buys automobiles, um, you know, goes to schools to some degree. Actually, a lot of the schools are really just segregated today by economics, which still plague African Americans, Black Americans. Um, you know, I don't like to say FBA in this context because, believe it or not, there were other people that were not born in the United States, that lived in the United States, that lived exactly the same story of African descent as African Americans. They had to deal with segregation too, you know. And so I would just say Black folk. Martin Luther King was a leader for Black folk, you know, in the United States of America. And he was a well-respected leader worldwide. Um, you know, a lot has not changed in terms of the struggle that Martin Luther King ultimately died for and had not obtained. We still live in a world where being Black and being you know, the president per se or something like this, you know, around the world there's a lot of places where you would not get a minority group to obtain the top seat. And the United States arguably still maybe has not had that. You know, we've had Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is basically mixed African, Kenyan, and white American. But we haven't had somebody like Martin Luther King. You could say that might scare people. I mean, I don't know if it would scare people today, because today we're in a different situation. There's a lot of people that would look seemingly exactly like Martin Luther King and would be trusted, but may not have the integrity that Martin Luther King had, may not have the morals that Martin Luther King had, and definitely would not die for for truth and righteousness, you know. And I put that up on the highest value. The fact that someone would be willing to die for a cause, you know. And if you know people, if you know any Black person today in politics, any figure today that would be willing to die, you know, please leave it in the chat. I'd like to know. Yeah, it's actually interesting because when we look at Martin Luther King, when you look at a figure who gave his life, and family had to go through turmoil, much like Malcolm X, you know, it really is gut wrenching, and it really makes you think. And I would encourage people to think about it, because today, as Black Americans, we have a lot of different fractions and groups, different groups and ideologies. And I wonder which one of the leaders of any one of those groups would be willing to die for all African Americans, for all Black Americans. I wonder, you know, but this is a man that knew he was going to die. He knew he was going to die. He gave speeches about it. You know, he gave speeches up to the last day. I mean, Martin Luther King did not shiver at all, you know, to his fate. I would even argue that he may have even known that people in his own circle might have been part of some sort of plot. I would argue that the man was intelligent enough to know that he had probably FBI within his circle, you know, manipulating, toying with his family life, monitoring him while they tinker around and toy with his family life, you know. And it takes a really strong type of individual to proceed for what you believe in when that kind of tinkering is going on. You know, I think this generation has kind of lost sight of what that last generation has gone through, and maybe some of the values, and it's just the overall situation. So a lot has changed. A lot has changed. But would it be the change that Martin Luther King was seeking? Would it be the change that he was seeking? You tell me. What would Martin Luther King have said about Barack Obama? Yeah. What would Martin Luther King have said about P. Diddy, for that matter? Oh my goodness. You know, I mean, we're very entertainment driven today. This generation, they may not have been able to get all the glory, all the shiny things, all the you know, trinkets of wealth, riches, but they had something. They had businesses, they had organization, um, you know, they helped each other. They saw each other as a resource. Um, they respected family values. Yeah, I mean, we still had issues, but you know, yeah, it's a whole different story today. I would even argue that black people do not have a politic today. You know, in this period in time, there was definitely a politic, a clear politic that most largely African Americans rallied around, and that was the idea that we shouldn't be oppressed because of our race, because of our lineage, because of our heritage. And so I'm gonna just read a few things about Martin Luther King, and then play one of his, get started to and playing one of his videos. He was born January 15th, 1929, in Atlanta, and the second of three children to Michael King Sr. and Alberta King. King had a sister, a brother. Yeah, and I believe they say he moved to Atlanta sometime before the turn of the century, right? Or around the turn of the century, just before the 1900s. He was a pastor. He went to Morehouse College. Yeah. And I think he got married in the 20 years after that, after he moved. Yeah, exactly. His wife was Coretta Scott King. A lot of people respected her for this kind of like standing by her man. Today, that kind of idea is not really, you know, celebrated. But with the irony is that this was a serious time where you couldn't do anything with somebody really standing by you. I mean, the safest way to move forward was literally in a family structure, you know, a team. Uh, yeah, and but the idea today of a woman standing by her man it's not it's not celebrated by feminists, you could say. But Coretta Scott King has been criticized for that in some way, but I would argue that that in itself is a form of strength and sacrifice, you know, and at the end of the day, sacrifices have to be made. Sacrifices have to be made. Nothing gets done without sacrifices. King was attacked several different times, murder attempts. There was disagreement, but he handled his disagreements regarding the type of civil rights that he was supporting. He handled those disagreements eloquently, without attacking, uh, just because of some indifference. I've never heard Martin Luther King say a nasty word about another black man or woman. So yeah. So on that note, let's listen to a few words um, by Martin Luther King.
Dean Napier, Mr. Bell, members of the faculty and members of the student body of this great institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are several things that one could talk about before such a large, concerned, and enlightened audience. There are so many problems facing our nation and our world that one could just take off anywhere. But today I would like to talk mainly about the race problem, since I'll have to rush right out and go to New York to talk about Vietnam tomorrow, and I've been talking about it a great deal this week and weeks before that. But I'd like to use as a subject from which to speak this afternoon the other America. And I use this subject because there are literally two Americas. One America is beautiful for a situation. And in a sense, this America is overflowing with the milk of prosperity and the honey of opportunity. This America is the habitat of millions of people who have food and material necessities for their bodies, and culture and education for their minds, and freedom and human dignity for their spirits. In this America, millions of people experience every day the opportunity of having life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in all of their dimensions. And in this America, millions of young people grow up in the sunlight of opportunity. But tragically and unfortunately, there is another America. This other America has a daily ugliness about it that constantly transforms the buoyancy of hope into the fatigue of despair. In this America, millions of work-starved men walk the streets daily in search for jobs that do not exist. In this America, millions of people find themselves living in rat-infested, vermin-filled slums. In this America, people are poor by the millions, and they find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. In a sense, the greatest tragedy of this other America is what it does to little children. Little children in this other America are forced to grow up with clouds of inferiority forming every day in their little mental skies. And as we look at this other America, we see it as an arena of blasted hopes and shattered dreams. Many people of various backgrounds live in this other America. Some are Mexican Americans, some are Puerto Ricans, some are Indians, some happen to be from other groups. Millions of them are Appalachian whites. Probably the largest group in this other America in proportion to its size in the population is the American Negro. The American Negro finds himself living in a triple ghetto, a ghetto of race, a ghetto of poverty, a ghetto is to deal with this problem of the two Americas. We are seeking to make America one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let me say that the struggle for civil rights, or the struggle to make these two Americas one America, is much more difficult today than it was 5 or 10 years ago. For about a decade or maybe 12 years, we struggled all across the South in glorious struggles to get rid of legal, overt segregation and all of the humiliation that surrounded that system of segregation. In a sense, this was a struggle for decency. We could not go to a lunch counter in so many instances and get a hamburger or a cup of coffee. We could not make use of public accommodations. Public transportation was segregated, and often we had to sit in the back, and within transportation within cities, we often had to stand over empty seats because sections were reserved for whites only. We did not have the right to vote in so many areas of the South. And the struggle was to deal with these problems. Now, certainly they were difficult problems. They were humiliating conditions. By the thousands, we protested these conditions. We made it clear that it was ultimately more honorable to accept jail cell experiences than to accept segregation and humiliation. By the thousands, students and adults decided to sit in at segregated lunch counters to protest conditions there. When they were sitting at those lunch counters, they were in reality standing up for the best in the American dream and seeking to take the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy, which were dug deep by the founding fathers in the formulation of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Many things were gained as a result of these years of struggle. In 1964, the Civil Rights Bill came into being after the Birmingham movement, which did a great deal to subpoena the conscience of a large segment of the nation to appear before the judgment seat of morality on the whole question of civil rights. After the Selma movement in 1965, we were able to get a voting rights bill. Now, all of these things represented strides, but we must see that the struggle today is much more difficult. It's more difficult today because we are struggling now for genuine equality. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee a livable income and a good, solid job. It's much easier to guarantee the right to vote than it is to guarantee the right to live in sanitary, decent housing conditions. It is much easier to integrate a public park than it is to make genuine quality integrated education a reality. And so today we are struggling for something which says we demand genuine equality. It's not.
And it's decades later, and the same conversation is going on today after his murder.
Merely a struggle against extremist behavior toward Negroes. And I'm convinced that many of the very people who supported us in the struggle in the South are not willing to go all the way now. I came to see this in a very difficult and painful way in Chicago over the last year where I've lived and worked. Some of the people who came quickly to march with us in Selma and Birmingham were active around Chicago. And I came to see that so many people who supported morally and even financially what we were doing in Birmingham and Selma were really outraged against the extremist behavior of Bull Connor and Jim Clark toward Negroes, rather than believing in genuine equality for Negroes. And I think this is what we've got to see now, and this is what makes the struggle much more difficult. And so as a result of all of this, we see many problems existing today that are growing more difficult. It's something that is often overlooked, but Negroes generally live in worse slums today than 20 or 25 years ago. In the North, schools are more segregated today than they were in 1954 when the Supreme Court's decision on desegregation was rendered. Economically, the Negro is worse off today than he was 15 and 20 years ago. And so the unemployment rate among whites at one time was about the same as the unemployment rate among Negroes. But today the unemployment rate among Negroes is twice that of whites. And the average income of the Negro is today 50% less than whites. As we look at these problems, we see.
And we got to ask ourselves today, what has changed? And did Martin Luther King, what he was advocating for in his activism, did we gain that, or did we take on an illusion of something that just keeps us the same with a little bit more money in our pocket, but in terms of the data, still segregated?
See them growing and developing every day. We see the fact that the Negro economically is facing a depression in his everyday life that is more staggering than the depression of the 30s. The unemployment rate of the nation as a whole is about 4%. Statistics would say from the Labor Department that among Negroes it's about 8.4%. But these are the persons who are in the labor market, who still go to employment agencies to seek jobs, and so they can be calculated. The statistics can be gotten because they are still somehow in the labor market. But there are hundreds of thousands of Negroes who have given up. They've lost hope. They come to feel that life is a long and desolate corridor for them with no exit sign. And so they no longer go to look for a job. There are those who would estimate that these persons who are called the discouraged persons would be 6 or 7% in the Negro community. That means that unemployment among Negroes may well be 16%. And among Negro youth in some of our large urban areas, it goes to 30 and 40%. And so you can see what I mean when I say that in the Negro community, that is a major, tragic, and staggering depression that we face in our everyday lives. Now, the other thing that we've got to come to see now that many of us didn't see too well during the last 10 years, that is that racism is still alive in American society and much more widespread than we realize. We must see racism for what it is. It is a myth of the superior and the inferior race. It is the false and tragic notion that one particular group, one particular race is responsible for all of the progress, all of the insights, and the total flow of history. And the theory that another group or another race is totally depraved, innately impure, and innately inferior. In the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. Hitler was a sick and tragic man who carried racism to its logical conclusion. And he ended up leading a nation to the point of killing about 6 million Jews. And this is the tragedy of racism because its ultimate logic is genocide. If one says that I am not good enough to live next door to him, if one says that I am not good enough to eat at a lunch counter, or to have a good, decent job, or to go to school with him merely because of my race, he is saying consciously or unconsciously that I do not deserve to exist. To use a philosophical analogy here, racism is not based on some empirical generalization. It is based rather on an ontological affirmation. It is not the assertion that certain people are behind culturally or otherwise because of environmental conditions. It is the affirmation that the very being of a people is inferior. And this is the great tragedy of it. I say that however unpleasant it is, we must honestly see and admit that racism is still deeply rooted all over America. It's still deeply rooted in the North. It's still deeply rooted in the South. Now, this leads me to say something about another discussion that we hear a great deal, and that is the so-called white backlash. I would like to honestly say to you that the white backlash is merely a new name for an old phenomenon, not something that just came into being because shouts of black power, or because Negroes engaged in riots in Watts, for instance. The fact is that the state of California voted a fair housing bill out of existence before anybody shouted black power, or before anybody rioted in Watts. It may well be that shouts of black power and riots in Watts and the Harlems and the other areas are the consequences of the white backlash rather than the cause of them. What it is necessary to see is that there has never been a single solid, monistic, determined commitment on the part of the vast majority of white Americans. The whole question of civil rights and on the whole question of racial equality. This is something that truth.
You know, African Americans right now going into this election cycle are asking themselves and saying the same questions, making the same statements. Has there been a bill for the descendants of slavery in the United States? Has there been any form of reparation? You know, it is insane. It's decades later. It's 50 some odd years, almost. Oh my goodness, man. I'm sorry. I actually get emotional when I listen to this because the more I listen to Martin Luther King, not only do I hear how exact and on point he was, but also how much things have not changed. This is, look at this. He said it was 50-50 back then, unemployment rate, race and gender. He said it was 50-50 back then. Look at this.
Impels all men of goodwill to admit. It is said on the Statue of Liberty that America is a home of exile. It doesn't take us long to realize that America has been the home of its white exiles from Europe. It has not evinced the same kind of maternal care and concern for its black exiles from Africa. It is no wonder that in one of his sorrow songs, a Negro could sing out, "Sometimes I feel like a motherless child." What great estrangement, what great sense of rejection caused the people to emerge with such a metaphor as they looked over their lives. What I'm trying to get across is that our nation has constantly taken a positive step forward on the question of racial justice and racial equality. But over and over again, at the same time, it made certain backward steps. And this has been the persistence of the so-called white backlash. In 1863, the Negro was freed from the bondage of physical slavery. But at the same time, the nation refused to give him land to make that freedom meaningful. And at that same period, America was giving millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that America was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor that would make it possible to grow and develop.
This is exactly the same conversation Black Americans are having today. They're making the same statements. We have money for wars. We have money for more exiles. We have money for everything else while overlooking this great tragedy, which was one of the worst crimes against humanity on earth.
Refused to give that economic floor to its black peasants, so to speak. And this is why Frederick Douglass could say that emancipation for the Negro was freedom to hunger, freedom to the winds and rains of heaven, freedom without roofs to cover their heads. He went on to say that it was freedom without bread to eat, freedom without land to cultivate. It was freedom and famine at the same time. But it does not stop there. In 1875, the nation passed the Civil Rights Bill and refused to enforce it. In 1964, the nation passed a weaker Civil Rights Bill. And even to this day, that bill has not been totally enforced in all of its dimensions. The nation heralded a new day of concern for the poor, for the poverty-stricken, for the disadvantaged, and brought into being a poverty bill. But at the same time, it put such little money into the program that it was hardly and still remains hardly a good skirmish against poverty. White politicians in suburbs talk eloquently against open housing, and in the same breath contend that they are not racist. Now, all of this and all of these things tell us that America has been backlashing on the whole question of basic constitutional and God-given rights for Negroes and other disadvantaged groups for more than 300 years. So these conditions, persistence of widespread poverty, of slums, and of tragic conditions in schools and other areas of life, all of these things have brought about a great deal of despair and a great deal of desperation, a great deal of disappointment and even bitterness in the Negro communities. Today, all of our cities confront huge problems. All of our cities are potentially powder kegs as a result of the continued existence of these conditions. Many in moments of anger, many in moments of deep bitterness, engage in riots. And let me say, as I've always said, and I will always continue to say, that riots are socially destructive and self-defeating. I'm still convinced that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to oppress people in their struggle for freedom and justice. I feel that violence will only create more social problems than they will solve. That in a real sense it is impractical for the Negro to even think of mounting a violent revolution in the United States. So I will continue to condemn riots and continue to say to my brothers and sisters that this is not the way. Continue to affirm that there is another way. But at the same time, it is as necessary.
I wonder what Martin Luther King would say about that today. Can African Americans create a front, physical front, to demand anything, or are they still the minority, still set out as disadvantaged in different sectors of life? How is it possible to do that? Is it possible to do that? And how much of what Martin Luther King is saying right here would be any different today?
Necessary for me to be as vigorous in condemning the conditions which cause persons to feel that they must engage in riotous activities as it is for me to condemn riots. I think America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. In the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. What is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years. It's failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. And it has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. And so in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again. Social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention. Now let me go on to say that if we are to deal with all of the problems that I've talked about, if we are to bring America to the point that we have one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, there are certain things that we must do. The job ahead must be massive and positive. We must develop massive action programs all over the United States of America in order to deal with the problems that I have mentioned. Now,
that leads me to the question of advocacy and activism. And I would ask people today, especially regarding reparations, or just confronting any issue that African Americans have today. What action plan do you advocate for African Americans, especially this election cycle? Again, what action plan do you support as an advocate? Unless you don't see any injustice worth advocating for. Yeah.
in order to develop these massive action programs, we've got to get rid of one or two false notions that continue to exist in our society. One is the notion that only time can solve the problem of racial injustice. I'm sure you've heard this idea. It is the notion almost that is something in the very flow of time that will miraculously cure all evils. And I've heard this over and over again. There are those, and they're often sincere people, who say to Negroes and their allies in the white community that we should slow up and just be nice and patient and continue to pray, and in 100 or 200 years the problem will work itself out, because only time can solve the problem. I think that is an answer to that myth, and it is that time is neutral. It can be used either constructively or destructively. And I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme righteous in our nation.
Martin Luther King said, time is neutral. Don't sit back and wait and just pray.
Often use time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words of the bad people and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that social progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. Comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals. And without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. And so we must help time, and we must realize that the time is always right to do right. Now, there's another notion that gets out. It's around everywhere. It's in the South, it's in the North, it's in California and all over our nation. It's a notion that legislation can't solve the problem. It can't do anything in this area. And those who project this argument contend that you've got to change the heart, and change the heart through legislation. Now, I would be the first one to say that there is real need for a lot of heart changing in our country, And I believe in changing the heart. I preach about it. I believe in the need for conversion in many instances and regeneration, to use theological terms. And I would be the first to say that if the race problem in America is to be solved, the white person must treat the Negro right, not merely because the law says it, but because it's natural, because it's right, and because the Negro is his brother. So I realize that if we are to have a truly integrated society, men and women will have to rise to the majestic heights of being obedient to the unenforceable. But after saying this, let me say another thing which gives the other side, and that is that although it may be true that morality cannot be legislated, behavior can be regulated. Even though it may be true that the law cannot change the heart, it can restrain the heartless. Even though it may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, it can restrain him from lynching me, and I think that's pretty important also. And so while the law may not change the hearts of men,
and ironically, decades and decades later, African Americans are complaining about no action on a bill regarding anti-Black violence, anti-Black hate, anti-Black lynching.
it can and it does change the habits of men. When you begin to change the habits of men, pretty soon the attitudes will be changed. Pretty soon the hearts will be changed. Now, I'm convinced that we still need strong civil rights legislation. There's a bill before Congress right now to have a national federal open housing bill. A federal law declaring discrimination in housing unconstitutional. And also a bill to make the administration of justice real all over our country. Now, nobody can doubt the need for this. Nobody can doubt the need if he thinks about the fact that since 1963, some 58 Negroes and white civil rights workers have been brutally murdered in the state of Mississippi alone. Not a single person has been convicted for these dastardly crimes. There have been some indictments, but no one has been convicted. So there is a need for the whole question of the administration of justice. There is a need for fair housing laws all over our country. And it is tragic indeed that Congress last year allowed this bill to die. And that bill died in Congress. A bit of democracy died, a bit of our commitment to justice died. If it happens again in this session of Congress, greater degree of our commitment to democratic principles will die. And I can see no more dangerous trend in our country than the constant developing of predominantly Negro central cities ringed by white suburbs. This is only inviting social disaster. And the only way this problem will be solved is by the nation taking a strong stand and by state governments taking a strong stand against housing segregation and against discrimination in all of these areas. Now, there's another thing that I'd like to mention as I talk about the Massive Action Program, and time will not permit me to go into specific programmatic action to any great degree. But it must be realized now that the Negro cannot solve the problem by himself. There again, there are those who always say to Negroes, why don't you do something for yourself? Why don't you lift yourselves by your own bootstraps? Over and over again. Now, certainly, there are many things that we must do for ourselves and that only we can do for ourselves. Certainly, we must develop within a sense of dignity and self-respect that nobody else can give us. A sense of manhood, a sense of personhood, a sense of not being ashamed of our heritage, not being ashamed of our color. It was wrong and tragic that the Negro ever allowed himself to be ashamed of the fact that he was black, or ashamed of the fact that his home, ancestral home, was Africa. And so there's a great deal that the Negro can do to develop self-respect. There's a great deal that the Negro must do and can do to amass political and economic power within his own community and by using his own resources. And so we must do certain things for ourselves, but this must not negate the fact and cause the nation to overlook the fact that the Negro cannot solve the problem himself. A man was on the plane with me some weeks ago, and he came and talked with me, and he said, the problem, Dr. King, that I see with what you all are doing is that every time I see you and other Negroes, you are protesting, and you aren't doing anything for yourself. He went on to tell me that he was very poor at one time, and he was able to make it by doing something for himself. Why don't you teach your people, he said, to lift themselves by their own bootstraps? And then he went on to say other groups face disadvantages, the Irish, the Italians, and he went down the line. And I said to him that it does not help the Negro, it only deepens his frustration for unfeeling and sensitive people to say to him that other ethnic groups who migrated or were immigrants to this country less than 100 years ago or so have gotten beyond him, and he came here some 344 years ago. And I went on to remind him the Negro came to this country involuntarily in chains, while others came voluntarily. I went on to remind him that no other racial group has been a slave on American soil. I went on to remind him that the other problem that we have faced over the years is that the society placed a stigma on the color of the Negro, on the color of his skin, because he was black. Doors were closed to him that were not closed to other groups. And I'm to say to people that you ought to lift yourself by your own bootstraps, but it is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. The fact is that millions of Negroes, as a result of centuries of denial and neglect.
You know, it's interesting listening to Martin Luther King say these words, because today there are proponents in the African American community, in the Black community, that will have you think Martin Luther King never said anything like this. You know, let's rewind this for a second. Let's just bring it back just a little bit.
He was very poor at one time, and he was able to make it by doing something for himself. Why don't you teach your people, he said, to lift themselves by their own bootstraps? And then he went on to say other groups face disadvantages, the Irish, the Italians, and he went down the line. And I said to him that it does not help the Negro, it only deepens his frustration for unfeeling and sensitive people to say to him that other ethnic groups who migrated or were immigrants to this country less than 100 years ago or so have gotten beyond him, and he came here some 344 years ago. And I went on to remind him the Negro came to this country involuntarily in chains, while others came voluntarily. I went on to remind him that no other racial group has been a slave on American soil. I went on to remind him that the other problem that we have faced over the years is that the society placed a stigma on the color of the Negro, on the color of his skin, because he was black. Doors were closed to him that were not closed to other groups. And I'm to say to people that you ought to lift yourself by your own bootstraps, but it is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. The fact is that millions of Negroes, as a result of centuries of denial and neglect, have been left bootless. And they find themselves impoverished aliens in this affluent society. And that is a great deal that the society can and must do if the Negro is to gain the economic security that he needs. Now, one of the answers, it seems to me, is a guaranteed annual income, a guaranteed minimum income for all people and for all families of our country. It seems to me that the civil rights movement must now begin to organize for the guaranteed annual income, begin to organize people all over our country and mobilize forces so that we can bring to the attention of our nation this need and this something which I believe will go a long, long way toward dealing with the Negro's economic problem and the economic problem with many other poor people confronting our nation. Now, I said I wasn't going to talk about Vietnam, but I can't make a speech without mentioning some of the problems that we face there, because
So Vietnam would be comparable to some of the wars the United States is fighting right now. I have to say, those proponents out there, which is a small segment of the Black American community, African American, FBA, if you will, there's a small sector that seems to have never heard Martin Luther King say these words, because they will go out and utter the same words today and pretend as if Martin Luther King had never said them, which makes me wonder if those people are agents or if they are led by agents unbeknownst to them, but they certainly don't know much about what Martin Luther King was advocating for, what his advocacy work was about, what his activism was about.
because I think this war has diverted attention from civil rights. It has strengthened the forces of reaction in our country and has brought to the forefront the military-industrial complex that even President Eisenhower warned us against at one time. And above all, it is destroying human lives. It's destroying the lives of thousands of the young, promising men of our nation, destroying the lives of little boys and little girls in Vietnam. But one of the greatest things that this war is doing to us in civil rights is that it is allowing the great society to be shot down on the battlefields of Vietnam every day. And I submit this afternoon that we can end poverty in the United States. Our nation has the resources to do it. The national gross product of America will rise to the astounding figure of some $7 this year. We have the resources. Our nation has the resources to do it. The national gross product of America will rise to the astounding figure of some $7 this year. We have the resources. The question is,
today it's $25 trillion today.
Well, the nation has the will. And I submit that if we can spend $5 billion a year to fight an ill-considered war in Vietnam and $20 billion to put a man on the moon, our nation can spend billions of dollars and on their own 2 feet right here on earth. let me say another thing that's more in the realm of the spirit, I guess. That is, if we are to go on in the days ahead and make true brotherhood a reality, it is necessary for us to realize more than ever before that the destinies of the Negro and the white man are tied together. Now, there's still a lot of people who don't realize this. The racists still don't realize this. But it is a fact now that Negroes and whites are tied together. And we need each other. The Negro needs the white man to save him from his fear. The white man needs the Negro to save him from his guilt. We are tied together in so many ways: our language, our music, our cultural patterns, our material prosperity, and even our food are an amalgam of black and white. So there can be no separate black path to power and fulfillment that does not intersect white roots. There can be no separate white path to power and fulfillment short of social disaster. It does not recognize the need of sharing that power with black aspirations for freedom and justice. We must come to see now that integration is not merely a romantic or aesthetic something where you merely add color to a still predominantly white power structure. Integration must be seen also in political terms, where there is shared power, where black men and white men share power together to build a new and a great nation. In a real sense, we're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. John Donne placed it years ago in graphic terms: no man is an island entire itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. He goes on toward the end to say, any man's death diminishes me because I'm involved in mankind. Therefore never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. And so we all in the same situation. The salvation of the Negro, we mean the salvation of the white man, and the destruction, the life, and of the ongoing progress of the Negro will be the destruction of the ongoing progress of the nation. Now let me say finally that we have difficult days ahead, but I haven't despaired. Somehow I maintain hope in spite of hope, and I've talked about the difficulties and how hard the problems will be as we tackle them. But I want to close by saying this afternoon that I still have faith in the future, and I still believe that these problems can be solved. And so I will not join anyone who will say that we still can't develop a coalition of conscience. I realize and understand the discontent and the agony and the disappointment and even the bitterness of those who feel that whites in America cannot be trusted. And I would be the first to say that there are all too many who are still guided by the racist ethos. And I am still convinced that there are still many white persons of goodwill, and I'm happy to say that I see them every day in the student generation, who cherish democratic principles and justice above principle, and who will stick with the cause of justice and the cause of civil rights and the cause of peace.
It's interesting because Martin Luther King said this, 6 decades ago. And so those students of his generation would be, they would be adults. They would be people like, half of Congress, the entire Congress damn near, and Senate of the United States. So yes, there are some, and there are many that see themselves as part of the sum. But it's very, very odd that there has been no action plan specifically for the descendants of slavery in the United States of America. It is very, very, very odd that there hasn't been an action plan for them. Having said that, so that means these people grew up listening to the words of Martin Luther King, but yet have had the strength and the fortitude, the ethics and the moral to pass a reparations bill or any other action plan that serves the needs of the descendants and the victims and of Jim Crow and slavery in the United States of America.
Throughout the days ahead, and so I refuse to despair. I think we're going to achieve our freedom because however much America strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions. Yet out of a bottomless vitality, they continue to grow and develop. I say that if the inexpressible cruelties of slavery couldn't stop us, the opposition that we now face, including the so-called white backlash, will surely fail. We're going to win our freedom because both the sacred head of our nation and the eternal will of the Almighty God are embodied in our echoing demands. And so I can still sing, we shall overcome. We shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We shall overcome because Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. We shall overcome because William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed earth will rise again. We shall overcome because James Russell Lowell is right. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. With faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to speed up the day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and live together as brothers and sisters all over this great nation. That will be a great day. That will be a great tomorrow. In the words, to speak symbolically, that will be the day when the morning stars will sing together and the sons of God will shout for joy. Thank you.
Wow, that was a very interesting speech. I would have to say that 95% of what Martin Luther King said, maybe 98% of what he said in that speech is exactly what African Americans are saying today. Exactly the same. And they would be very intelligent to say that. He addressed immigration. He addressed how we were involved in wars across outside of the United States. He addressed how immigrants got favoritism through certain political or erroneous and unethical political practices. Certain immigrants got benefits while African Americans were forced to sit to the side on reparations and social justice. He addressed the fact that many uh, in the United States have this concept of, well, why don't you lift yourself up by your own bootstraps? I'm an immigrant. I came to this country. My family did it. Why can't yours? And he clearly said several times that, African Americans, Black Americans are different in the sense that they didn't have the rights that immigrants that come to the country today have. And he was talking 6 decades ago. He reminded them that only that segment of society really toiled largely, right? And how immigrants come to the country and get a foothold because they don't face the same types of injustices that our ancestors faced. Martin Luther King was a very eloquent leader, by far, a serious, not just an orator, a great orator, not just a guy that sounded like he cared. He actually knew what the hell he was talking about, and the other wild thing that I got out of that speech is that you would hear certain persons in the conscious community diss Martin Luther King while saying the exact same thing he actually was saying. That is ironic. You know what that means? Do you know what that means? That means House of Consciousness, Sa Neter, and those fools over there, Tazariak, and many others don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Period. They are complete, utter fools. Complete, utter fools. Now, I'm going to put that speech in the chat. And I know these goddamn clowns, excuse my language, are not going to watch it because it puts them to shame. It puts them to shame what Martin Luther King just said. They went out there and said, F Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King is saying all the damn things that they saying he didn't say. They're talking about Martin Luther King like he's saying some shit different from what they would. They're literally going out there and saying Martin Luther King was for something he didn't ever say, that he was never for. Yes, they have done that over and over and over. I mean, they have to be agents to be that dumb, because the speech was right there in their face the entire time. And yet somehow they got it wrong again. So let's see. People didn't like that speech. I mean, these kind of words got Martin Luther King assassinated. So my question is, what does not speaking these kind of words get you? Does it get you justice? Does it get you equality? Or does it just stop you from voting? Stop you from advocating for a specific action plan for your community? Is that what all of that is for? I think so. And one of the easiest action plans that you could be for, if you are African American, if you really are sick and tired of being sick and tired, one of the simplest things to choose, if you don't know any other action plan, have any other thing you could support as an advocate, right? Support this. That would be the logical thing. Right now, the United States, they will be going around speaking somewhat to gain votes from African Americans, from Black Americans. And my suggestion is, because this man was murdered for saying those things, and because we were denied reparations while being told we would get it, you know, actually being told we would get it and then denied 40 acres and a mule, right? Because of all the things that Martin Luther King said, like the same government that denied us reparations gave support and aided other immigrants in their struggle, not struggle, but for their independence, their right to life in the United States of America, because they didn't have to face this kind of Jim Crow and segregation based on race, based on Black, anti-Black practices. You see, Martin Luther King addressed that all in his speech. And I would encourage you to get it. Take a listen to it. Here it is on the screen. All you have to do is type that in, or you can find it in the chat. And now let's go further and see what he says in this speech.
I need not pause to say how very delighted I am to be here this morning, to have the opportunity of standing in this very great and significant pulpit. And I do want to express my deep personal appreciation to Dean Sayer and all of the cathedral clergy for extending the invitation. It is always a rich and rewarding experience to take a brief break from our day-to-day demands in the struggle for freedom and human dignity and discuss the issues involved in that struggle with concerned friends of goodwill all over our nation. And certainly it is always a deep and meaningful experience to be in a worship service. And so for many reasons, I'm happy to be here today. I would like to use as a subject from which to preach this morning, remaining awake through a great revolution. And the text for the morning is found in the book of Revelation. There are two passages there that I would like to quote. It's in the 16th chapter of that book. Behold, I make all things new. Former things are passed away. I'm sure that most of you have read that arresting little story from the pen of Washington Irving entitled Rip Van Winkle. The one thing that we usually remember about the story is that Rip Van Winkle slept 20 years. But that is another point in that little story that is almost always completely overlooked.
It was a sign in the end, from which Rip went up in the mountain for his long sleep. When Rip Van Winkle went up in the mountain, the sign had a picture of King George III of England. When he came down 20 years later, the sign had a picture of George Washington, the first president of the United States. And Rip Van Winkle looked up at the picture of George Washington, but in looking at the picture, he was amazed. He was completely lost. He knew not who he was. And this reveals to us that the most striking thing about the story of Rip Van Winkle is not merely that Rip slept 20 years, but that he slept through a revolution. While he was peacefully snoring up in the mountain, a revolution was taking place that at points would change the course of history. And Rip knew nothing about it. He was asleep. Yes, he slept through a revolution. One of the great liabilities of life is that all too many people find themselves living amid a great period of social change, and yet they fail to develop the new attitudes, the new mental responses that the new situation demands. They end up sleeping through a revolution. There can be no gainsaying of the fact that the great revolution has taken place in the world today. In the sense, it is a triple revolution.
And there's a lot of Rip Van Winkles out there in this world, and we have some of them among us as well, and they just don't know it.
That is a technological revolution with the impact of automation and cybernation. Then that is a revolution in weaponry with the emergence of atomic and nuclear weapons of warfare. Then that is a human rights revolution with the freedom explosion that has taken place all over the world. Yes, we do live in a period where changes are taking place. And that is still the voice crying through the vista of time, saying, "Behold, I make all things new. Former things are passed away." Now, whenever anything new comes into history, it brings with it new challenges and new opportunities. And I would like to deal with the challenges that we face today as a result of this triple revolution that has taken place in the world today. First, we are challenged to develop a world perspective. No individual can live alone. No nation can live alone. And anyone who feels that he can live alone is sleeping through a revolution. The world in which we live is geographically one. The challenge that we face today is to make it one in terms of brotherhood. Now, it's true that the geographical oneness of this age has come to be to a large extent through modern man's scientific ingenuity. Modern man, through his scientific genius, has been able to dwarf distance and place time and change. And our jet planes have compressed into minutes distances that once took weeks, and even months. All of this tells us that our world is a neighborhood. Through our scientific and technological genius, we have made of this world a neighborhood, and yet we have not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. But somehow and in some way we've got to do this. We must all learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as fools. We are tied together in the single garment of destiny, caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. For some strange reason, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This is the way God's universe is made. This is the way it is structured. John Donne caught it years ago and placed it in graphic terms. No man is an island in time of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. And he goes on toward the end to say, any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. Therefore never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. We must see this, believe this, and live by it if we are to remain awake through a great revolution. Secondly, we are challenged to eradicate the last vestiges of racial injustice from our nation. I must say this morning that racial injustice is still the black man's burden and the white man's shame. It is an unhappy truth that racism is a way of life for the vast majority of white Americans, spoken and unspoken, acknowledged and denied, subtle and sometimes not so subtle. The disease of racism permeates and poisons a whole body politic. And I can see nothing more urgent than for America to work passionately and unrelentingly to get rid of the disease of racism. Something positive must be done. Everyone must share in the guilt, as individuals and as institutions. The government must certainly share the guilt. Individuals must share the guilt. Even the church must share the guilt. We must face the sad fact at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning when we stand to sing, "In Christ there is no east nor west." We stand in the most segregated hour of America. The hour has come for everybody, and for all institutions, for the public sector and the private sector, to work to get rid of racism. Now, if we are to do it, we must honestly admit certain things and get rid of certain myths that have constantly been disseminated all over our nation. One is the myth of time. It is a notion that only time can solve the problem of racial injustice. And there are those who often sincerely say to the Negro and his allies in the white community, why don't you slow up? Stop pushing things so fast. Only time can solve the problem. And if you will just be nice and patient and continue to pray, in 100 or 200 years, the problem will work itself out. Well, that is an answer to that myth. And it is that time is neutral. It can be used either constructively or destructively. And I'm sorry to say this morning that I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme rightists of our nation, the people on the wrong side, have used time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that human progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals who are willing to be co-workers with God.
Advocates advocating for an action plan.
Without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. So we must help time and realize that the time is always right to do right. Now that is another myth that still gets around. It is a kind of over-reliance on the bootstrap philosophy. And there are those who still feel that if the Negro is to rise out of poverty, if the Negro is to rise out of slum conditions, if he is to rise out of discrimination and segregation, he must do it all by himself. And so they say, the Negro must lift himself by his own bootstraps. They never stop to realize that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. The people who say this never stop to realize that the nation made the black man's color a stigma. But beyond this, they never stop to realize the debt that they owe a people who were kept in slavery 244 years. In 1863, the Negro was told that he was free as a result of the Emancipation Proclamation being signed by Abraham Lincoln. But he was not given any land to make that freedom meaningful. It was something like keeping a person in prison for a number of years and suddenly
He was not given the 40 acres and a mule promise. He was not given reparation.
discovering that that person is not guilty of the crime for which he was convicted. And you just go up to him and say, now you're free. But you don't give him any bus fare to get to town. You don't give him any money to get some clothes to put on his back or to get on his feet again in life. Every code of jurisprudence would rise up against this. And yet this is the very thing that our nation did to the black man. It simply said you're free, and it left him there penniless, illiterate, not knowing what to do. And the irony of it all is that at the same time, the nation failed to do anything for the black man. Through an act of Congress, it was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did it give the land, it built land-grant colleges to teach them how to farm. Not only that, it provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, As the years unfolded, it provided low interest rates so that they could mechanize our farms. And to this day, thousands of these very persons are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies every year not to farm. And these are so often the very people who tell Negroes that they must lift themselves by their own bootstraps. It's all right to tell a man to lift himself by his own bootstraps, but it is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. We must come to see that the roots of racism are very deep in our country. And there must be something positive and massive in order to get rid of all of the effects of racism and the tragedies of racial injustice. Now, that is another thing closely related to racism that I would like to mention as another challenge. We are challenged to rid our nation and the world of poverty. Like a monstrous octopus, poverty spreads its nagging, prehensile tentacles into hamlets and villages all over our world. 2/3 of the peoples of the world go to bed hungry at night. They are ill-housed, they are ill-nourished, they are shabbily clad. I've seen it in Latin America, I've seen it in Africa. I've seen this poverty in Asia. I remember some years ago, Mrs. King and I journeyed to that great country known as India. And I never will forget the experience. It was a marvelous experience to meet and talk with the great leaders of India. To meet and talk with and speak to thousands and thousands of people all over that vast country. These experiences will remain dear to me as long as the cords of memory shall lengthen. But I say to you this morning, my friends, there were those depressing moments. How can one avoid being depressed when he sees with his own eyes evidences of millions of people going to bed hungry tonight? How can one avoid being depressed when he sees with his own eyes God's children sleeping on the sidewalks at night? In Bombay, more than 1 million people sleep on the sidewalks every night. In Calcutta, more than 600,000 sleep on the sidewalks every night. They have no beds to sleep in. They have no houses to go in. How can one avoid being depressed when he discovers that out of India's population of more than 500 million people, some 480 million make an annual income of less than $90 a year. And most of them have never seen a doctor or dentist. As I noticed these things, something within me cried out, can we in America stand idly by and not be concerned? And an answer came, oh no, because the destiny of the United States is tied up with the destiny of India and every other nation. And I started thinking of the fact that we spend in America millions of dollars a day to store surplus food. And I said to myself, I know where we can store that food free of charge in the wrinkled stomachs of the millions of God's children all over the world who go to bed hungry at night. And maybe we spend far too much of our national budget establishing military bases around the world rather than bases of genuine concern and understanding. But not only do we see poverty abroad, I would remind you that in our own nation, There are about 40 million people who are poverty stricken. I have seen them here and there. I've seen them in the ghettos of the North. I've seen them in the rural areas of the South. I've seen them in Appalachia. I've just been in the process of touring many areas of our country. And I must confess that in some situations, I have literally found myself crying. I was in Marks, Mississippi the other day, which is in Quitman County, the poorest county in the United States. I tell you, I saw hundreds of little black boys and black girls walking the streets with no shoes to wear. I saw their mothers and their fathers trying to carry on a little Head Start program, but they had no money. The federal government hadn't funded them. They were trying to carry on, and they raised a little money here and there, trying to get a little food to feed the children, trying to teach them a little something. And I saw mothers and fathers who said to me, not only were they unemployed, but they didn't get any kind of income, no old age pension, no welfare check or anything. I said, how do you live? They say, well, we go around to the neighbors and ask them for a little something. When the berry season comes, we pick berries. When the rabbit season comes, we hunt and catch a few rabbits. And that's about it. And I was in Newark and Harlem just this week. And I walked in to the homes of welfare mothers. I saw them in conditions, no, not with wall-to-wall carpet, but wall-to-wall rats and roaches. I stood in an apartment, and this welfare mother said to me, the landlord will not repair this place. I've been here 2 years.
He's talking about
He had made a single repair. She pointed out her little boy who was a victim of lead poisoning. She pointed out the walls with all of the ceiling falling through. She showed me the holes where the rats came in. She said, night after night, we have to stay awake, keep the rats and the roaches from getting to the children. I said, how much do you pay for this apartment? She said, $125. And I looked and I thought and said to myself, it isn't worth $60. Poor people are forced to pay more for less, living in conditions day in and day out where their whole area is constantly drained without being replenished. It becomes a kind of domestic colony. And the tragedy is so often these 40 million people are invisible because America is so affluent, so rich. Because our expressways carry us away from the ghetto, we don't see the poor. Jesus told a parable one day.
Hey, Donnie, this is the second Martin Luther King video I've been playing. And you know what? Apparently, he's saying all those things that those HOK fools like Tazariak and Sonetta claim he never said. I'm telling you, go back and listen to this, man. They've been lying on Martin Luther King to their audience, man. They must be agents, brother. I'm serious.
And he reminded us that a man went to hell because he didn't see the poor. His name was Dives. He was a rich man. And there was a man by the name of Lazarus, who was a poor man, but not only was he poor, he was sick. Sores were all over his body. He was so weak that he could hardly move. He managed to get to the gate of Dives every day, wanting just to have the crumbs that would fable. Dives.
Martin Luther King talked about the Rip Van Winkles out there, the ones that are letting time pass them, that are letting movement or taking any action past them. It's crazy.
Did nothing about it. The parable ends saying, Dives went to hell, and there was a fixed gulf now between Lazarus and Dives. Now, that is nothing in that parable which says that Dives went to hell because he was rich. Jesus never made a universal indictment against all wealth. It is true that one day a rich young ruler came to him and he advised him to sell all. But in that instance, Jesus was prescribing individual surgery and not setting forth a universal diagnosis. And if you will look at that parable with all of its symbolism, you will remember that a conversation took place between heaven and hell, and on the other end of that long distance call between heaven and hell was Abraham in heaven, talking to Dives in hell. Now, Abraham was a very rich man. If you go back to the Old Testament, you see that he was the richest man of his days. So it was not a rich man in hell talking with a poor man in heaven. It was a little millionaire in hell talking with a multimillionaire in heaven.
This is the man Tazariak called what? A biatch. Tazariak, the Hebrew Israelite, the Bible lover, apparently never listened to no Martin Luther King. It is crazy. Martin Luther King is breaking him down. He's breaking him off something right here. Listen.
Of his days, so it was not a rich man in hell talking with a poor man in heaven. It was a little millionaire in hell talking with a multimillionaire in heaven. Dives didn't go to hell because he was rich. Dives didn't realize that his wealth was his opportunity. It was his opportunity to bridge the gulf that separated him from his brother Lazarus. Dives went to hell because he passed by Lazarus every day and he never really saw him. He went to hell because he allowed his brother to become invisible. Dives went to hell because he maximized the minimum and minimized the maximum. Indeed, Dives went to hell because he sought to be a conscientious objector in the war against poverty. This can happen to America, the richest nation in the world. There's nothing wrong with that. This is America's opportunity to help bridge the gulf between the haves and the have-nots. And the question is whether America will do it. There's nothing new about poverty. What is new is that we now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty. But the real question is whether we have the will. In a few weeks, some of us are coming to Washington to see if the will is still alive, or if it is alive in this nation. We're coming to Washington in a poor people's campaign. Yes, we're going to bring the tired, the poor, the huddled masses. We're going to bring those who have known long years of hurt and neglect. We're going to bring those who've come to feel that life is a long and desolate corridor with no exit sign. We're going to bring children and adults and old people, people who've never seen a doctor or a dentist in their lives. We're not coming to engage in any histrionic gesture. We're not coming to tear up Washington. We're coming to demand that the government will address itself to the problem of poverty.
We read one day,
we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But if a man doesn't have a job or an income, he has neither life nor liberty and the possibility for the pursuit of happiness. He merely exists. We're coming to ask America to be true to the huge promissory note that it signed years ago. We're coming to engage in dramatic, non-violent action to call attention to the gulf between promise and fulfillment, to make the invisible visible. Why do we do it this way? We do it this way because it is our experience that the nation doesn't move around questions of genuine equality for the poor and for black people until it is confronted massively, dramatically, in terms of direct action. Great documents are here to tell us something should be done. We met here some years ago in the White House Conference on Civil Rights, and we out with the same recommendations that we will be demanding in our campaign here, but nothing has been done. The President's Commission on Technology, Automation, and Economic Progress recommended these things some time ago. Nothing has been done. Even the urban coalition made up of mayors of most of the cities of our country, the leading businessmen, have said that these things should be done. Nothing has been done. The Kerner Commission came out with its report just a few days ago and then made specific recommendations. Nothing has been done. And I submit that nothing will be done until people of goodwill put their bodies and their souls in motion. And it will be the kind of soul force brought into being as a result of this confrontation that I believe will make the difference. Yes, it will be a poor people's campaign. This is a question facing America. Ultimately, a great nation is a compassionate nation. America has not met its obligations and its responsibilities to the poor. One day, we will have to stand before the God of history, and we will talk in terms of things we've done. Yes, we will be able to say, we build gargantuan bridges to span the seas. We build gigantic buildings to kiss the sky. Yes, we made our submarines to penetrate oceanic depths. We brought into being many other things with our scientific and technological power. It seems that I can hear the God of history saying, that was not enough, but I was hungry, and ye fed me not. I was naked, and ye clothed me not. I was devoid of a decent sanitary house to live in, and ye provided no shelter for me. And consequently, you cannot enter the kingdom of greatness if ye do it unto the least of these, my brethren. Ye do it unto me. That's the question facing America today. And I want to say one other challenge that we face is simply that we must find an alternative to war and bloodshed. Anyone who feels, and there are still a lot of people who feel that way, that war can solve the social problems facing mankind, is sleeping through a revolution. President Kennedy said on one occasion, mankind must put an end to war
A war will put an end to mankind. The world must hear this. I pray, God, that America will hear this before it is too late, because today we are fighting a war. I'm convinced that it is one of the most unjust wars that has ever been fought in the history of the world. Our involvement in the war in Vietnam has torn up
the Geneva Accord. It has strengthened the military-industrial complex. It has strengthened the forces of reaction in our nation. It has put us against the self-determination of the vast majority of Vietnamese people and put us in a position of protecting a corrupt regime that is stacked against the poor. It has played havoc with our domestic destinies. This day we are spending $500,000 to kill every Viet Cong soldier. Every time we kill one, we spend about $500,000, while we spend only $53 a year for every person characterized as poverty-stricken in the so-called poverty program, which is not even a good skirmish against poverty. This day we are spending $500,000 to kill every Viet Cong soldier. Every time we kill one, we spend about $500,000, while we spend only $53 a year for every person characterized as poverty-stricken in the so-called poverty program, which is not even a good skirmish against poverty. But not only that, it has put us in a position of appearing to the world as an arrogant nation. Here we are 10,000 miles away from home, fighting for the so-called freedom of the Vietnamese people when we've not even put our own house in order.
Isn't this what we were just talking about last night? This is exactly what Fight Doctor was saying, you know, and also Afemi, right? But I mean, Fight Doctor really came in with that note. I mean, this may as well be a speech happening this year right now for a person running for political office for African Black Americans, because he's saying what he's talking about 6 decades ago is exactly what folks are saying today. That's exactly what Fight Doctor said last night.
We force young Black men and young white men to fight and kill in brutal solidarity. And yet when they come back home, they can't hardly live on the same block together. The judgment of God is upon us today. And we could go right down the line and see that something must be done, and something must be done quickly. We have alienated ourselves from other nations, so we end up morally and politically isolated in the world. There's not a single major ally of the United States of America that would dare send a troop to Vietnam, and so the only friends that we have now are a few quiet nations like Taiwan, Thailand, South Korea, and a few others. This is where we are. Mankind must put an end to war. A war will put an end to mankind. And the best way to start is to put an end to the war in Vietnam, because if it continues, we will inevitably come to the point of confronting China, which could lead the whole world to nuclear annihilation. It is no longer the choice, my friends, between violence and nonviolence. It is either nonviolence or non-existence, and the alternative to disarmament, the alternative to a greater suspension of nuclear tests, the alternative to strengthening the United Nations and thereby disarming the whole world, may well be a civilization plunged into the abyss of annihilation, and our earthly habitat will be transformed into an inferno that even the mind of Dante could not imagine. This is why I felt the need of raising my voice against that war and working wherever I can to arouse the conscience of our nation on it. I remember so well when I first took a stand against the war in Vietnam, the critics took me on and they had their say in the most negative and sometimes most vicious way. One day a newsman came to me and said, "Dr. King, don't you think you're going to have to stop now opposing the war and move more in line with the administration's policy? Because I understand it has hurt the budget of your organization, and people who once respect you have lost respect. People who once respected you have lost respect for you."
Here's the irony. Here's the irony. Check this out, y'all. Do you think, and let me know in the chat, do you think white Americans that are against Biden, right, or white Americans that want an end to the U.S. spending loads of money overseas, do you think they would vote for Martin Luther King today? Because, I mean, isn't he talking about social justice? Isn't he talking about ending the wars overseas? Isn't he talking about the correlation between the two being hypocritical? I mean, isn't he saying that? If you have the money to do it abroad, why don't you have the money to do it at home? And if you can't do it at home, you should stop doing it abroad. How many of you think they would vote for Trump? Oh, I mean, excuse me, vote for Martin Luther King. Oh my Lord, I can't even believe I said that. Excuse me, Jesus. I take that back. Check this out. Today, if there was Trump, Biden, and Martin Luther King running for president, do you think the folks that vote for Trump, do you think the folks that vote for Biden would vote for Martin Luther King? And if you had a leader that was saying this right now, just like he said it, that was black, would you vote for him yourself? I know that's a lot of questions in one, but you get the drift.
Don't you feel that you really got to change your position? I looked at him and I had to say, "Sir, I'm sorry, you don't know me. I'm not a consensus leader. I do not determine what is right and wrong by looking at the budget of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference or by taking a sort of Gallup poll of the majority opinion. Ultimately, a genuine leader is not a searcher for consensus, but a mold of consensus. On some positions, cowardice asks the question, is expedient? And then expediency comes along and asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? And conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular. But he must do it because conscience tells him it is right. And I believe today that that is a need for all people of goodwill to come with a massive act of conscience and say, in the words of the old Negro spiritual, we ain't gonna study war no more. This is the challenge facing modern man. Let me close by saying that we have difficult days ahead in the struggle for justice and peace. But I will not yield to a politic of despair. I'm going to maintain hope. As we come to Washington in this campaign, the cards are stacked against us. This time we will really confront a Goliath. God grants that we will be that David of truth set out against the Goliath of injustice, the Goliath of neglect, the Goliath of refusing to deal with the problems, and go on with a determination to make America the truly great America that it is called to be.
I say to you that our goal is freedom, and I believe we're going to get there because however much she strays away from it, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be as a people, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king, and they built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions. And yet out of a bottomless vitality, they continue to grow and develop. If the inexpressible cruelties of slavery couldn't stop us, the opposition that we now face will surely fail. We're going to win our freedom because both the sacred heritage of our nation and the eternal will of the Almighty God are embodied in our echoing demand. And so however dark it is, however deep the angry feelings are and the violent explosions are, I can still sing, we shall overcome. We shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We shall overcome because Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. We shall overcome because William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed earth will rise again. We shall overcome because James Russell Lowell is right, as we were singing earlier today. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. And behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair the stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. Thank God for John,
who centuries ago out on a lonely, obscure island called Patmos caught vision of the new Jerusalem descending out of heaven from God, and who heard a voice saying, behold, I make all things new. Former things are passed away. God grant that we will be participants in this newness and this magnificent development. If we will but do it, we will bring about a new day of justice and brotherhood and peace. That day the morning stars will sing together, and the sons of God will shout for joy. God bless you.
What do y'all think about that? I mean, when I hear this, to me it sounds like he's saying a whole lot. It sounds like to me like that segment of the black community that criticizes Martin Luther King has a fantasy about what Martin Luther King stood for, because he's saying all those things they said he didn't say right here. Welcome, Beverly. How you doing, sister?
I'm good. I'm good.
So you were there.
No, I wasn't actually there, but my parents, well, my mom, she was home all the time. She was a stay-at-home mom, so I was kind of aware of things. You know, they left the South during the Great Migration. That's a whole nother story that people don't talk about either. But they were very attuned to the things that went on in the South. They left for better pay. My family left, for better pay. It was better pay up this way. They did the same type of work, but they were paid better. So anyway, I heard that speech. I was mesmerized by that man. I just loved his voice, and I just listened to everything that he ever said. This speech that he gave, in my opinion, is the speech that got him killed because it was given, I'm not sure if it was in 68 or 67, but that that speech there, I think, is what got him killed because after the civil rights bill was signed, he was going towards the domestic policies in the United States. Lyndon Johnson had the war on poverty, which was good because they had a youth employment office set up and in urban areas you could work at 14. They gave you summer jobs. They appropriated money for states to give youth, anybody, but it was mainly black youth had summer jobs and things like that, and they were against all that. He was attacking the conservative policies of the time. I don't know
Mhm.
if you ever heard of Daniel Patrick Moynihan. You have to look him up. I think he was a Democrat, but
Mhm.
he spoke somewhere, and I remember he said that to treat the urban areas with benign neglect, meaning don't give them money. It was all because Lyndon Johnson, uh, he was a Texas Southerner, and Kennedy picked him. John Kennedy picked him for vice president to appease the South to get the Southern vote, and the
Mhm.
Southerners were happy with it because they thought that he was going to buy into segregation, but
Mhm.
he didn't. He had all these domestic policies that Kennedy started. These policies, a lot of people don't know it, and Lyndon Johnson gets credit for him because Kennedy was assassinated. But he had put in John Kennedy had put in the actual framework for the war on poverty and all of those things that
Mhm.
went on. But and when he did that, and when Lyndon Johnson did that, they just tried to destroy him. And Robert Kennedy Sr., his son is nothing like him. He helped implement the war on poverty too, because there's a book called Still Hungry in America, and it went to Appalachia and Mississippi, the Mississippi Delta, and it dealt with the poverty in the United States. So Martin Luther King was getting ready to go on that journey and start the course for better pay, better housing, the stuff he spoke about in the speech. And
Mhm.
the powers that be didn't want him. That's some of what got him killed. You know, it it
Mhm.
it was racial, but it wasn't the kind of racial thing that everybody thought it was. It
Mhm.
was more they were if let me get my thoughts together. If the things he spoke about in that speech had been implemented back then, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. We would 60 some
Yep.
odd years later, we wouldn't be still talking about the same thing. So,
Yep. Yeah. That's the thing. All this that is the that is the real truth of it. The exact same things that people are saying today are the things that Martin Luther King was saying back then were the issues in terms of the black community, obviously, and
but
some of
he
the
added
criticism.
everybody in though, because you have to, because at that time the Native American Indian
Hmm.
population was very bad, very bad. They
Hmm.
I don't know the book Bury Me at, what was it called? Bury Me at Wounded Knee, or something about Wounded Knee. I forgot. I used to read all those books and stuff, but it's been so long. I can't remember all of it, but I do remember.
Well, I ask you this then. Yeah, yeah, but I was going to say that the black community, but also the others that criticize Biden, for example, or criticize our policies overseas, right? Um, things of this nature, right? So I'll ask you this: this fringe of the new fringe of I don't mean it in a bad way, but let's say the Aboriginal people, right? The Abos, would they vote for Martin Luther King because he's addressing these similar issues? He's addressing white poverty. He's addressing the centuries of neglect of the quote unquote Negro African Americans, right? He's addressing the fact that we're spending all this money overseas in foreign wars, yet we don't have an action plan for poverty or the racial injustice, historic racial injustice of the Negroes or the natives, you could say, in America. Would any of these people vote for Martin Luther King today if he was running for
I
president?
no, you know, and I don't mean any harm when I say this too, but from what I've read and the little, you know, researching I've done, I really can't do the research I want to do because I don't have my laptop. I can't go on, you know, really go online with this phone. But
Mhm.
anyway, I don't think so because the people, the black people, the majority of black people that do these blogs and they're for the Republican Party, they are Caribbean immigrants. A lot of them, not all
That
of
are
them, I
for
gotta
the
say,
Republican Party.
huh?
That are for the. You said
That
many
are
of
for
these
the
people.
Republican Party. Oh, I've never been a slave. My parents have never been. They don't understand the black experience, the black American experience.
Mm, mm.
They don't. And the
But
majority
yet,
of
but
them,
yet, he's addressing their poverty too. He's
but
addressing
they
their
don't
issues.
see it. They don't, they come here, they get jobs, and I say this and I know that, and I'm going to say this before I get started so nobody writes in the comments that there, I know that not all, and I'm speaking Jamaican people, all islanders are not the same,
Right,
but
that's true.
the ones I've come in contact with, I worked through my years of working. I worked with a lot of people from Jamaica and things. They say, but in this, I've been told this to my face, that Black Americans are lazy. They don't want to work. I'm like,
Oh,
you don't know my experience. My grandmother owned her own house. She was well known. She was a well known cook. Her business was catering. She cooked, she did what she knew how to do, which was
mhm,
cook. She made a business of it. She made a good living of it. My
mhm,
parents left the South. My mother was the last one of the three, my grandmother's three children to leave, and they left because their house was burnt. The house was in a white neighborhood, and the fire department, the people, whoever at the time put the fire out, they let my grandmother's house burn down. My mom left home, and her sisters and her other sister that was home, came up north, they went to work, they put the money in the bank, and my mom stayed longer. She didn't take the money out the bank and come home. She stayed longer, and the next morning she said she woke up and her money was gone because the stock market had crashed. They took the money. What I'm saying is, they don't know the experience that we went through. They don't realize that if we had not gone what we went through, and Martin Luther King had done the civil rights movement, that they would not have the luxury of coming. What they don't know is that
they don't
Edward
know American history. They don't know United States history.
they don't. They think they know it. They don't know that Edward Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's Jr.'s uncle, was the one who opened the door for Black Caribbean people to be allowed to migrate to the United States. They
But
don't know that.
but when Martin Luther King he addressed that issue, right? Pretty much, but he didn't address it only to Caribbean people that have that view. He addressed it to anybody that has that view.
Right,
That
but they
yeah.
don't know that. They don't understand it that way. They say
Mhm,
we're lazy. I said,
mhm,
why? Because they said we don't want to. Oh, you don't. We do the jobs that American blacks don't want to do. And I said,
mhm,
we've been there, we've done that, we've come too far. and we've gone to school. You know, everybody went to school.
Right.
I went to
Except
college
they
for
did
a
the
while.
jobs while having rights. They did the
Right,
jobs while
right.
having rights. We didn't have rights when we did those jobs.
When we did those jobs, we elevated ourselves and brought ourselves up. I said, you do not know. You do not know the American story. You don't know the history of Black America. You don't know it. And I mean, you know, I literally used to I've so many times I got called in the office, almost fired because I it was said I didn't like Jamaican immigrants. I don't like immigrants, which was further from the truth. But when you tell me to go back where I come from, excuse me, I am where I come from. I don't need a green card to work. And I said that, and that was I almost got fired. I didn't care. I don't need the green card. You need the green card.
Facts.
I have to prove my citizenship because of you. I was born here. So
Wow.
don't tell me because you don't know Black history. And a lot of these young people are buying into conservative Republicans because they don't know the history.
They
They
don't know
don't
the
know
history.
that if we as Black Americans had not fought for the right to vote and everything that they enjoy now, they would have been no better off than we were back then. That's the thing.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing. And I'm, you know, like Martin Luther King and John Kennedy, those two men, their voices and their speeches, just the way their elocution and stuff, just mesmerized me as a kid. And I just soaked up everything they said because I just liked listening to them talk, you know. So,
Yeah, they had a clear understanding of the populace they
right.
were representing. Yeah, and the history, the actual real story, the events, yeah, of the people, you know, and they could speak to that in a comprehensive way, not just an emotional way, you know.
And,
Uh,
you know,
uh,
and John Kennedy, once in one of his speeches, he said that in Cape Cod, they used to go to Cape Cod up on Martha's Vineyard. There was a
mhm,
black society up there, but he said he never saw it. But as he became president, he, you know, with Dr. King, and then he started to see things and stuff in the nonsense that was going on. You know, him and his brothers began to you know, open their eyes to a lot of things. And they
mhm.
went on. There's a speech that John Kennedy gave about the Civil Rights Act. Something had happened. So much happened back then. It's hard to really tell what it was. But yeah, it's
Well,
crazy. They don't do it.
what I like about Martin Luther King is that, you know, he was so aware of the history of the country and the underlying issues of the country, you know, nationally and internationally, right? And so he was able to speak to liberals that thought they already were doing something great. You know, he was able
Yeah.
to kind of curb their thinking and challenge them intellectually on those subjects and force them to see their ways to some degree. Today, we don't seem to have that in politics. We don't seem to
No, we
have that
don't.
leader making liberals really, because liberals today, they really think they're progressive. They really
Look,
think they're progressive, like the height of progression. They will even borrow from Kennedy's thinking, even though they may not actually be like Kennedy.
but go back and I wish. Oh God, I gotta get a laptop soon. Go back and look at the Supreme Court. Then who you had on? One of the members of the Supreme Court at one time was a justice named Hugo Black. His family were, I forget where he's from, but if you look him up, his whole family was Ku Klux Klan, generation of Ku Klux Klan members. He I think he was a lawyer. I'm not sure, but if you look him up, you'll find out. He got elected to the office and he got on the Supreme Court. And they thought because his family was Ku Klux Klan members, like it was a family of Ku Klux Klan members, he
Hmm.
turned out to be the most liberal, one of the most liberal judges on the court. They couldn't
He's from
see him.
Alabama.
I'm not sure where he's from. I can't remember, and I can't look it up because I don't have my
Yeah,
computer.
he served in the U.S. Senate and on the Supreme Court for 34 years, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
He
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they thought he. The makeup of my point is, you had Warren G. Harding, you had Thurgood Marshall, you
Mhm.
had liberal-minded people, and you had some conservatives on there, but they weren't the conservatives. And the Republican Party then had people like Everett Dirksen, Senator Jacob Javits.
Mhm.
They had the Republicans, but they weren't. I don't know what they have in Congress now, but everybody could work together. You had Hubert Humphrey from Minnesota, different places. The whole makeup, the whole thing is black people don't want to vote for the Democratic Party. No, it's not the Democratic Party that it used to be. And I like Biden, but I think Biden needs to. It's time for him to sit down and relax.
The
Yeah.
Democratic Party, they're lacking social justice, really, essentially.
Right now, they
Yeah,
are.
right
They
now.
need
Yeah,
young minds.
yeah.
First of all, he's the best of two because if it is going to be Donald Trump, the Republican nominee, these people.
Everybody keeps saying that. Yeah, everyone, it's so many, and
He
that's a.
won the I can't say that word.
He
Iowa,
won the Iowa caucus for the Republican
caucus,
primary.
the Republican primary. He won Iowa. However
Mhm.
you say it, I have a speech defect, so I
Mhm.
certain words I can't say right.
But
But
if he doesn't win, y'all gonna apologize to me?
you don't think he's gonna? Oh, I don't think he's gonna win the general election.
Oh, okay. I don't think he's gonna win the general election.
Oh
I don't.
no, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
You know what? I always say this. I always tell them when they step on black feet, it ain't no pain. But when you start stepping on white feet, that's when we get the action. They will
Yeah,
do. They will not vote for him. It will help us, not because they support us, but
right.
because they know that if
By
he gets
default,
in,
right.
he's a Hitler incarnate. He's
Yeah, they
talking
said
about
he
the mass
stinks.
port,
Have
mass
Have you seen the reports?
deportations.
Have you
Yeah,
seen the
mass
stories about him?
deportations that he's doing,
Yes. Yeah.
you know. And look at what he's doing. And I know nobody is behind that
Well,
nonsense with
you know what's
Bonnie Willis
ironic,
but Donald Trump. I
but check
believe
this
they
out.
pay.
I
Let
agree.
me say
You're right.
this. I
Okay, go
believe
ahead.
that they. I believe that that man, the black prosecutor that she
Hmm.
hired. I
Hmm.
believe he has a divorce case, and they named Fonnie Willis. I believe his wife is an angry black woman, and she getting back at her husband. And I believe Donald Trump is behind it. I really do. I really all the smears and stuff. You know, uh,
Let me
like
ask
she
you something.
said.
Let me ask you
But
something. Donald Trump, he runs on a policy of like, kick the immigrants out or kick the Mexicans out, whatever. We don't even know what type of immigrant he's talking about. He pretty much,
he
you know,
talk
he
about all of us.
he's talking about the blacks and the Hispanics, kick them out, the immigrants,
Yeah,
right? But how come he doesn't just say, because kicking them out is not going to bring social justice, social programs to African Americans. So why don't he just address that issue head on
he
and just say
is
something,
a
speak to it?
racist. He is a white nationalist. He is everything. He's a Ku Klux Klansman without the robe. I remember Phil Donahue had a show in the 80s and 90s. And on one of his segments, and I try to pull it up, but I can never find this segment. They had Klan members on. Klan members no longer wear those bed sheets in the hoods no more. They are
Mhm.
out in the public. They are teachers. They warned us. Morris Dees from the Southern Poverty Law Center. He warned years ago.
Mhm.
Um, he the it's a documentary series done by I can't think of the guy's name, but it's ProPublica. They warned years ago that white supremacists had infiltrated the military. They go in, sign up for 4 years, get the training on military sniper weapons. They get out. The government is infiltrated with neo-Nazis sympathizers.
They do that.
To the report.
They do that. They get their training there, and we get our training here.
Okay, see, all you doing right now is flatulating your liquor. Because I believe it was homo.
Right?
They go and they get it free. They get it free, and they use the military. The militias are made up of ex-military people. Look at the records for the January 6th for the insurrection that they call a peaceful demonstration. Come on, man. You know that wasn't peaceful. You know that.
Oh, absolutely. It was. Anybody to think, oh, well, anyway, I can't even have it. So anybody come over here talk about that it was peaceful, they're getting blocked. Now, you could make any other argument you want.
You know, they're hostages. They're prisoners of war. What war?
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump has brought out the worst of the worst because racists used to keep their mouth shut.
Okay, but what do you think they were smart enough to? But let me ask you this: is Biden going to come with some sort of social justice plan for African Americans to win this election? I mean, is he going to bend to that will? Because there's a lot of African American voices right now that are saying they want social justice, not only for everybody, but also something that includes specific social justice for the century of enslavement in the country.
They want the reparations and stuff, but
right.
He wants to be reelected. He's not pushing. And I find that presidents because I've been following presidents since John Kennedy. I went to Catholic school, the whole 9 yards. They taught us everything about the man, because he was Catholic and they wanted him to be president. But, I think with his last year, he knows he can't run again. He will push for more reparation. And I hate to say it, but Kamala Harris will never be president. The Democrats are going to have to run somebody else because
they're going to have to run. You mean this election cycle?
No. After Biden, he can't run anymore. So usually the vice president runs to keep what the president accomplishes going. But I don't believe they would ever vote for Kamala Harris.
I believe. Okay, go ahead.
Because you have people who saying she's not black.
Mm-hmm.
You have
yeah, that's another topic. That's true. If she's not black, then she won't be the first black president. That's for sure.
She's not going to be the first woman president. She's not going to be the first black woman president.
Right. Yeah. Let's switch it to women. Let's switch it to women president. Right. She won't be. People are saying she won't be the first woman president. But I would say this: if Biden wins this election, Kamala Harris will be the first woman president. I would say that. And the reason why is because Biden, if elected, just like a lot of presidents, I mean, this has happened before, if a president gets corona, he's going to have, he almost had to step down a little while. So, so even if the president gets sick, somebody else is going to step in. And I think Biden is so old. And don't get me wrong, I don't have nothing against anybody old running for office because I'm about, are they competent? Can they think? That's what I'm about.
He can really think.
We had FDR, man. He was in a wheelchair half of his, and he had some great social justice.
All of his pregnancy, George, Jesus.
All of his president, right. So
all of his presidency, yeah.
I don't care if Biden is old. Myself, but my thoughts on it is that Kamala, she, if something, it's likely Biden will, I'm not trying to wish that, but I'm just saying that's what I've been thinking.
I know what you're saying because I say the same thing. Because of his age, he may get sick. You never know. You never know. and she may come into it just like
She'll be the first woman, possibly that way. Possibly that
yeah.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think as far as an election, if Biden is reelected and he goes for full 4 years now, they won't
Yeah,
vote
because
for
you
him.
know what it is? Women, when they run for office, they have to go the extra yard to seem male like. You know, she got to wear pants, she has to talk hawkish. And it's the same thing with like if you're not, it's almost like they want to question if the other people are gonna, be as violent to the world, or is the other person willing to go to war? Is the other person? That's where they always question women, right?
I don't even think they want white women, to be
That's
honest.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm
They don't
saying.
even want white women. So
They don't even want white women. You have to dress up like a dude to get to be a woman in politics, damn near. Because I mean, that's just the state of it. Denmark has had two female prime ministers, more than one election, more than one cycle. You see what I mean? And there's women are very active in politics here. The U.S. hasn't had one. There's several Western nations that have had female lady presidents, if I could say, right? The United States still hasn't had one, but that doesn't even mean I expect that a woman would provide social justice in America, particularly to African Americans. I'm not necessarily sure on that, but do you think African Americans right now, and I'm going to go back to Martin Luther King real quick, but do you think African Americans should just be saying right now, if you're not talking about social justice for African Americans, specific to the injustice of slavery and Jim Crow that our ancestors had to endure, then you're not getting our vote? Do you think African Americans should be doing that right now?
no, my honest opinion
Okay.
is right now is to get rid of those clowns they got in here. I don't know. You must not be following. It's a disgrace what they, my grandmother used to say it's a disgrace before God what they doing there. They got that Marjorie Taylor Greene. She actually put up posted naked pictures of Hunter Biden. But I just don't get it. I don't get it. The woman is crazy.
You know what they have in common? What's really sick is it's the same thing that we see when people discuss politics when people are trying to discuss politics, comprehensive change, comprehensive action plans. Even with Martin Luther King, people all of a sudden want to pivot to the salacious moments and focus on that, because they want to distract from policy. Politics is policy. It's not your bedroom. It's not the crack house, which your nephew did last night. It's
right.
Not, but they always, even with Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, people had the nerve to pivot. I'm talking about this generation. The last generation didn't give a goddamn. They were like,
oh yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I mean, well, they kept it.
Let me tell you.
I mean, okay, go ahead.
The 50s and the 60s was puritanical. I mean, it was a sin for a girl to get pregnant and not be married. It was, my mother, I can speak on this now because everybody involved is dead. My mother.
But was the black community like that? I mean, there were rumors about Martin Luther King back then.
It was everybody. It was everybody.
Right. Okay.
It was everybody back then.
Okay.
My mother broke generational, what she called a generational curse in our family. The women had kids, weren't married. My grandmother was not married to her father. She had 3 kids. She got married, but she didn't marry their father. And my mother wanted to break that curse. It was very puritanical. And this when you see MAGA people say "Make America Great Again," they want the puritanical America to come back, where women didn't have abortions. They want
to burn witches on the stake.
Yeah, they wanted where where women didn't have abortions, where you hid, where you sent your daughter away if she was pregnant, you didn't let anybody know she had her. I know so many people that had babies that went down south in the rural areas, had their kids, came back home and left the kids down south for the family to raise them down south. And this is what they want to bring America back to. So no, I don't think they should be talking about that now. It should be to get all these white supremacists and all these cuckoo birds out of office. Jim Jordan, and there's a guy, Moskowitz. He told them, I will vote for Hunter Biden to be subpoenaed if Jim Jordan, and he named all these Republicans who had subpoenas and refused to sit before the committee. They hypocritical. They are using the taxpayers' money to investigate a man who had a crack addiction when he was younger. He never hit it. His father never hit it. He never hit it. Got himself together, got a life, got kids, and got everything. And they went in his laptop, broke his code, and took these pictures. And I actually don't care what the heck he does in his bedroom. And I admire him because he had an addiction and he got over it. So it doesn't bother me. But people take this and run. They need to get rid of these right wingers like Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Joe Budden, all of them. Everybody they swear. And I don't know if you have seen that Travion Cutie, whatever her name is. She is on Instagram, and I mean, she literally looks like she needs to be in an insane asylum, screaming and hollering.
Who is this?
Travion. It's Trevin. Travion Cutie. She used to be some kind of public. Yeah.
Jesus, what kind of name is that?
T.I. She's one of the ones that's in the Georgia case. Her and this other guy, other black guy. Ain't but two black fools in that mess. And
Cootie, Travion Cootie.
She said her last name is Cootie, whatever it is. And so, they need to be getting rid of these people. They need to be getting rid of Jason Whitlock, all of these jackasses. Man, it's not about color. It's about the progressiveness and what they're gonna do. That
she was a lobbyist for R. Kelly and a publicist for R. Kelly.
She was a publicist for R. Kelly and Kanye West. Now you crazy when Kanye West don't want nothing to do with you.
And she was charged with 3 felonies and indicted in Georgia with Donald Trump. That's who you're talking about. All right.
Yeah, right. She put cocaine. She had a business and put real cocaine in the window. So her elevator don't go all the way to the top.
Nah, I missed that one. Nobody who's pro-Trump is telling me salacious shit about Trump. You know what I'm saying?
Who cares? Who really cares?
I have to get Democrats, people voting for Biden, that's going to give me the salacious stuff about Trump nowadays.
Well, you already know he was on the island with Jeffrey Epstein. They have pictures of him and Jeffrey Epstein on their thing.
Right. But people try to even talk that away. They try to be,
that ain't nothing. He was just doing a business deal. Yeah, right.
Right. And I heard somebody up here last week.
And I'm telling you,
the Smoke Reloaded saying that. Right. Yeah, exactly. Come on.
I'm selling you the GW Bridge, and I'll throw in the Brooklyn Bridge to go with it. Like I said, when Kanye doesn't mess with you, you crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a lot of crazy.
That's true.
Stuff.
He might be crazy, but he be telling the truth.
Yeah,
that's the weird part about it.
He wild acting, but he hasn't been right since his mother died.
No.
Or
even before that. Even before that. He was.
Yeah, but he was
like that back in Katrina. He was like that back in Katrina 20 years ago. He was like that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just him. That's how he is.
yeah,
And
but
ain't
his
nothing
mother
wrong with
used to
that.
calm him down, though. She used to calm him
True,
down. He just
true.
went full circle. He just went.
hmm
I mean,
Money
age
don't
is
change you. Money don't change you. It
yeah,
only
he
enhances
is.
you.
But
All
these
right.
people. But anyway, get these. If you get these, if you got to get them out because you're not going to have no progress with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't understand how people vote for this woman. She has no ability, no.
Yo, you know what? If the United States doesn't get its brains together, like really, if these politicians, if they don't start electing intelligent people that know how to work with people and represent a population of people, like literally go out and have a plan to do something positive for that group. I mean, it doesn't matter how good your group is doing. You're supposed to go out there and have a plan to do something even better next year for that group. But
I
instead,
think Biden has that, but he doesn't have the right Congress. If you
no, he
give
don't.
him the right
No, but that's what I'm
Congress,
saying. I'm saying
give
that's what
him
I'm
the
saying. The
right
Congress
Congress
is
for his last years, because I
right.
do believe he'll win the election.
I'm not
Because
talking about Biden though. I'm saying, like
just
you
in
said, the
general, right?
Senate and the Congress, that we're electing bozos. There's too many you know what? There's literally people in there that
That
are
shouldn't be there.
you should be up there, Beverly. God
Oh, not
damn.
me.
No, me, you, Andrea, uh, even
Right.
Donnie should be up there. These people are nuts. Some of these people are lunatics, and they're getting elected by people that are basically
Are,
isolated in the country and crazy.
are lunatics just like them? It's a clown show. It's a clown show.
And you know what? And I'm gonna tell you, in the EU, the people are not electing lunatics. They're not doing it. Even the craziest one is not a lunatic. You know, they might have a few, but they won't get elected. You see what I mean? And if
Right,
that
right.
one, and
Only
if
in
that one,
America.
and if that one gets elected in one EU state, that's just one out of all the rest of them. And you know why that is? Because paid education exists here. You get paid to go to university.
Education
You-
exists is
you-
here.
no, but everybody paid technical school. You get paid to go to technical school. You get paid to go to university. They're not sitting there trying to get tax. They're not trying to trying to give you a loan and get interest on the loan back. You
And
know,
Biden wants
it's
to do away with it. He wants to follow that model, but they got the money. They should pay the money back. Pay the money back for what? So they can get a bigger raise and do nothing, sit on their behind and do nothing, please. Pass me
all
the
right.
pie with it.
Let's
It's so
let's see.
much I want to say.
Nah, you're on fire. You're always on fire, Beverly. In fact, you keep me in check up here.
You
Let's
check.
let me.
Wait, do this. Do
Uh-huh.
this. Look up Ed Bloom. He is out to destroy. Do you know they want now he's going after. He doesn't want HBCUs to be funded. He doesn't because oh God, what is the term he uses? Oh, I gotta get my laptop going. I gotta buy a
Well,
laptop.
you said Ed Bloom. How you spell his last name?
BLO BLOOM. Ed Bloom, conservative from Texas. Of course, it's Texas. You do know it's Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
Okay.
But
Republican.
have
Right.
you seen Jasmine Crockett from Texas? Like she's on. She's on to it. She puts them in their place every chance she gets. You know, she calls them liars to their face, and she don't bite her tongue. Jim Jordan is a suspected pedophile rapist. How did he get to Congress?
Because these lunatics are voting them in.
These it's not all lunatics. It's white supremacists, neo
Right.
Nazis.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I've been speaking this for years, and nobody's listening.
oh, Beverly.
Y'all don't want to.
Beverly. Did you leave me you gotta leave me your WhatsApp number in the chat.
My WhatsApp number. I don't have a what number, but I will leave you a number. You can call
You don't
me
have
on.
WhatsApp?
Nah, I ain't got no more space on my phone. I don't think so.
All right. Well, leave me your email then. Leave me your email in the chat.
I'll leave you my email in the
Yeah.
chat. But
Is your computer working now?
huh?
Is your computer working now?
No, I got a Trojan and it ate up
Oh
the hard
God.
drive, and they
I don't even
told
want to
me
send you my damn email then. All right, send me your number. Send me your
no.
number
I'm
first.
doing this on my phone. I'm doing this on my phone, so my phone don't have no virus. I'm doing it on. I'm gonna send it to you on
Here
my
go my
phone.
telephone number. You see that? My telephone number's in the back chat.
I see you got something in the back chat. I was getting ready. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I'm
There you
gonna
go.
put my I'm gonna put my email address there.
You send me a text message over the phone if you can. You can make
Okay.
international text, right?
I think I can. I better
Yeah.
with all the money I pay for this damn this thing.
Right.
I don't know how it is over there with you, but it's ridiculous what they
I can
want.
send you a text. I got the cheapest phone service, and I got like 20 gigabytes, and I don't even use that, but 20 gigabytes of internet. And I got some overseas internet, like 5 gigabytes when I want, when I want to travel, go outside of Denmark, and then I got international texting too. All that for like what is it, 50 krona, which is like comparable to something like $7 a month.
Oh no.
Yeah, the cell
I got
phone
a
is cheaper.
discount. I pay $125.
Yeah,
It
cell
was less
phone
than that.
is way cheaper in the EU. Way cheaper. Way cheaper. I'm not even talking about half cheap. I'm talking about a third. It's just a third of which, even less than that. It's less than that. Man, it is.
I'm gonna try to
Yo,
put
Americans better wake the hell up for real. Americans better wake the hell up. Like,
They
and I'm
better.
tired of telling them, because when I come out and tell them, the HOK minions come out and their lady friends and want to try to get funky. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Here we go. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna take that right now.
I'm trying to. Don't call this number right now.
Mhm.
And you know what? I'm gonna give you my other number too, because I trust everybody on here, because I do know how to block and I do know how to get IP addresses, so I know what to do. Because I
There you
do
go.
call the FBI.
I feel you. There you go. No question. And I'm a private person, so I won't give your number out to anybody, and I won't misuse it. Only
No,
so we can,
I trust everybody. Oh God, I forgot my own phone number. Oh,
until
wait.
they mess with you.
Exactly. I don't bother nobody. But
Um.
I
All
feel
right.
I feel Cat Williams when he said the only reason why he told on them is because they messed with him, and I agree with him. You mess with me, coming at you. I don't bother you. I know a lot of dirt on people, but I don't tell it until you
Right.
come at me. But I
All
put
right.
that other one. That the
You like
bottom
Cat
one.
Williams?
The bottom one is the one I'm on now.
Okay. I got it. I copied it. I'm gonna put it in my phone.
I wanna get wait. See if you can send me a message from your number so I can have it in my phone. I don't want to take this out right now. I don't have a pen because I'm just waking up.
Okay. No, I'm gonna send you a message. Let me put this last Martin Luther King video on and see what he got to say, and then we get some more commentary on it. Here we go. Let's see here. All right, let's start this one.
Question now from Gay Pauley.
Dr. King, you were quoted in mid-November of last year before the assassination of President Kennedy as saying that you would not support a presidential candidate in 1964. Will you back President Johnson in this year's campaign?
I think I will still follow the policy in 1964 of not supporting any presidential candidate. Naturally, I will have my private convictions and I will vote as anyone else. But I will not come out with a public endorsement for a candidate of either party.
Well, would you tell us your private convictions then?
Well, I don't know at this time. I would have to notice the turn of events. I don't know who the Republican nominee will be. It is probable that Mr. Johnson will be the Democratic nominee. but we don't know the Republican nominee, and I would have to see these turn of events before making any decision.
Don't you think, Dr. King, and on the basis of the fact that civil rights is going to be one of the big issues in the political campaign, that perhaps a stand is necessary on the part of civil rights leaders such as you? How can you back off from that when you swung the vote for Mr. Kennedy, for example, in 1960, the Negro vote?
Well, that was a different situation. Actually, I did not publicly endorse Mr. Kennedy, even though I had certain private convictions there. I happened to head a nonpartisan organization, and this is one of the problems. When you head a nonpartisan partisan organization with a policy of not endorsing candidates, then you are in the position of not being able to, on the basis of the policy of the organization. Also, I think some leaders must keep themselves in the position of being able to look objectively at both political parties and not become inextricably bound to either.
Well, you mentioned Republicans and the Republican side and the Negro vote. Who do you think the Negro voter will accept for the GOP presidential nomination? Whom do you think they will support?
Well, there are several who have, who
Would
have
you
been
name them?
mentioned
Would you?
that may be able to get support from the Negro community. Certainly,
Would you
some
name
Negro
some,
voters.
sir, that
Well,
perhaps would
Mr.
have better chances?
Rockefeller
Rockefeller.
would certainly be able to influence some Negro voters. I don't know the percentage, but certainly he has taken a strong position on civil rights, and I think the average Negro voter would recognize.
What about Senator Barry Goldwater now and his strength in the South with the Negro vote?
Well, he's made his position very clear on civil rights, and that is leave it to the states, which means leave it to Mr. Wallace in Alabama and others across the South. Consequently, I don't think the vast majority of Negroes in the country would respond positively to Mr. Goldwater. I think it would be the other way. I think most of them would reject him for that reason.
Kathleen Mackin.
Dr. King, recently you were quoted as saying that the Negro people can expect more from President Johnson than the Negro people have had up to now. Exactly what do you mean when you say they can expect more? More of what?
Well, there may have been a misinterpretation there. I do feel that President Johnson is committed on the question of civil rights in general and civil rights legislation in particular. And I think his long legislative experience, his experience with Congress as Senate Majority Leader, will give him an entree and a sort of power of communication with the Senate that others in the past may not have had. And the fact that he is a Southerner may work in his favor in dealing with recalcitrant Southern congressmen. So in this sense, I do think he will press on in a very significant way in trying to make civil rights a reality.
Well, then actually he's not really giving you any more than any other president in the position that a president is in today regarding civil rights would actually do or have to do.
Yes. Well, no, I don't think, I didn't make a statement that he would give more. I think President Kennedy was a very strong president in civil rights, and he was the one who brought forth this very comprehensive civil rights package, so that Mr. Johnson will be carrying out what was recommended by the late President Kennedy, and I think he will do that. And my statement was that he may be able to get it through sooner than the late President Kennedy could have gotten this legislation through.
Dr. King, mentioning the Civil Rights Bill, there were a lot of Republicans on Capitol Hill who were a little upset at the type of coverage, and I can use the word thanks, they were getting from civil rights groups for what they had done for their part in shepherding this bill through the Congress, or through the, it's not through yet, but through the House Judiciary Committee, and actually drawing up the bill. What do you think about the Republican role in this?
Well, I think it is absolutely necessary to have Republican support to get the bill through. It has to be bipartisan support. And I do think there have been some Republican congressmen who have played significant roles in getting the legislation through. And I would hope that the same thing will take place in the Senate, because this will be needed in order to get it through.
Kitty Hansen.
Dr. King, late last fall, James Foreman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was reported as saying that he felt that 85% of the Negroes do not adhere to nonviolence. He said he thought that they were allowing the nonviolent movement to go ahead only because it was working. What is your comment?
Well, I think there may be some truth in the statement that the large majority of Negroes in the country do not follow the nonviolent method out of a commitment to it as a creed or as a way of life. Some of us are trying to be committed to it as a way of life, as a creed. I would think that most Negroes who are engaged in the nonviolent struggle see this as the best strategy so that it becomes a meaningful and powerful technique. Many have moved from the position of seeing it as a temporary strategy to a way of life, but I think it is still true that most Negroes follow the nonviolent approach because it has pragmatic value and it is working and is a practical and meaningful technique.
It's been said that one of the most important words today for Negro leadership is the word militant. And you yourself in your speech in Washington praised what you quoted, the marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community. Now, as a leader of the nonviolent philosophy, how do you reconcile these two attitudes, and do you consider yourself a militant leader?
Well, I hope I'm militant. I think it is possible to be militantly nonviolent. Nonviolence can often be misunderstood, and I think this is what happens when one uses the phrase passive resistance, which is a good one, but it can be a misnomer at some points because it gives the impression that one is passive and doing nothing, wherein this is a very active method, a very powerful one, and it does resist. What we insist in the nonviolent movement is that in resisting the unjust system, and this should be done with all of one's might, but not with violence, and it should not be done with hatred.
Gay Pauley.
Dr. King, you've called 1963 the most decisive year in the Negro's fight for equality. What do you see as the big push by the Negro this year?
I think the movement will continue with the same momentum, or probably more momentum, in '64 as in 1963. I think it will intensify. Now, because of the fact that this is a presidential election year, there will be a great deal of activity around voter registration, increasing the number of Negro registered voters, both North and South. Also, because of the Civil Rights Bill being debated now, there will be a good deal of programmatic action around the Civil Rights Bill and working with determination to see that the bill goes through intact and that it is not watered down. There will also be a great deal of work, I'm sure, in 1964 in the area of getting better jobs for Negroes through selective buying programs. And
You mean boycott?
yes, I think that the Negro now realizes that he has just enough buying power to make the difference between profit and loss in almost any major industry. And more, the Negro will say, if you respect my dollar, then you must respect my person. And if that industry will not adopt a policy of non-discrimination, then I'm sure that more and more Negro leaders will go on record endorsing withdrawing economic support from that particular industry.
Catherine Mackin.
Dr. King, how do you justify the boycott movements to achieve racial balances in the large cities of the North, which is where such movements are now underway? If I can explain just one thing, a lot of people feel that integration of schools was a problem. Now we're faced with this thing of possibly putting children on buses and taking them out of their neighborhood, out of where they're supposed to be going to school. How is this justified?
Well, first, I would say that this is a very serious social problem this problem of de facto segregation in the public schools, created to a large extent by the long night of residential segregation. And to an extent, we will have this problem on our hands until we solve the housing problem. On the other hand, I do not think we can afford to wait until the housing problem is solved before grappling with this very serious problem of de facto segregation. Integrated education, quality education, is so important. The attitudes that are formed in these early days of education by children can be very decisive in one's later life. And I think it is absolutely important for communities to deal with this problem in a very forthright manner, even if it means busing students to other areas. And I think the boycott is just a means of dramatizing the indignities and the injustices which go along with a segregated school system. It's a way of bringing it to the surface and creating such a crisis that the community can no longer overlook it, but it must be dealt with.
In just a moment, we'll have more questions for our guest, Martin Luther King Jr.
Wow.
Our guest is Martin Luther King Jr., who has just been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for 1964. We'll have a question now from Kitty Hansen of the New York Daily News.
Dr. King, one of your people, Wyatt T. Walker, has been quoted in Time magazine as saying that the moderate approach doesn't work and that the Negroes have got to have a crisis. And I've also read that you are planning demonstrations in the near future in such places as Danville, Virginia, and Williamston, North Carolina. Aren't you thus creating a crisis rather than working toward a solution?
In some instances, and I think this is quite true in situations where there's hardcore resistance, it is necessary to create a problem in order to get to the real solution of the problem. I think the meaning or the reason for direct action in some situations is to create a situation so crisis-packed that a community that has consistently refused to negotiate will be forced to deal with the issue and to negotiate. I think the ultimate solution to the problem will be found in the realm of dialogue rather than monologue. But the fact is that we live in so many situations in the South where there is a refusal to negotiate. And even when negotiation takes place, so often it isn't good faith negotiation. So we feel that there are instances in which we must create a situation in a nonviolent manner so that the community will have to deal with the problem.
The nonviolence always end up with violence, or almost always, Dr. King. What excuse or what reason do you offer for this approach of creating a crisis atmosphere in a community, which leads to bloodshed, as it has in many southern cities and some northern?
Well, I think we should see the source of the bloodshed first, and we must understand the real nonviolent creed. Nonviolence has never said that one who is engaged in a nonviolent movement will not face violence. It says that you must be willing to be the recipient of violence if necessary, but never the inflictor of violence. It goes so far as saying you must be willing to die if necessary in order to serve as a real witness for the truth as you see it. It has never contended that violence may not emerge. The only contention is that if violence emerges in the situation, the nonviolent resistor must absorb that violence. And through the absorption of it, he creates, he arouses the conscience of the community.
Well, doesn't this crisis atmosphere, though, create or endanger the Negro's cause by creating among the whites a resentment of feeling that the Negro is moving too rapidly, asking too much so suddenly? Does this worry you that this atmosphere could be created, or is?
Well, I think this is a temporary response in any social revolution.
Or doesn't it hurt your cause?
I don't think so ultimately. I think it helps it in the final analysis. The only way people can grapple with their prejudices is to admit that they have them. And so often people don't realize they have them. And so often people don't realize or honestly acknowledge that there is a problem. And it is necessary in the nonviolent movement to bring the issue to the surface so that people are forced to deal with it and to deal with their conscience on the issue.
Dr. King, the single greatest stronghold among the states in this area of integration is Mississippi. Not too much progress has been made there. The schools, Ole Miss is no longer really integrated, although it is an accomplished fact that it was. Medgar Evers, of course, was killed there last year. Do the civil rights leaders have any plans to do anything about this situation in Mississippi? Is there anything that can be done to break this down?
Realism impels all of us to admit, I think, that Mississippi has such a serious problem that it will take the power of the federal government using all of its constitutional authority to bring the people of that state to the point of respecting the Negro and his constitutional rights. Now, there are many things that the government can do that it is not presently doing. Plants go up in Mississippi with federal funds, and yet these particular plants still have policies of notorious discrimination toward Negroes in employment. I think if the federal government clamped down at this point, business leaders in Mississippi would begin saying, we've got to do something about this problem because it's too costly and bad for business. So that some of these things must be done. And short of this, I really don't see a solution to the problem in Mississippi anytime in the near future.
In just a moment, we'll have more questions for our guest, Martin Luther King. We'll be right back. A question now from Kitty Hansen for our guest, Martin Luther King, Jr.
Dr. King, many white people, as well as Negroes, are fond of pointing out that for all their love of violence and teaching of aggression, that the black Muslims have taken the lead in urging the Negro to raise his own standards of living and morality, that drinking, sexing, and narcotics are forbidden. Would you care to evaluate the black Muslims for us?
Well, I would say I reject the philosophy of this movement, if that philosophy is one that advocates a doctrine of black supremacy. I think a doctrine of black supremacy is as dangerous as a doctrine of white supremacy, and I don't feel that we should seek to substitute one tyranny for another. I would also reject the whole idea of racial separation as a solution to the problem rather than racial integration. On the other hand, this movement did not come into being out of thin air. It is symptomatic of the deeper unrest, the discontent, and the frustration of many Negroes in this country. And I think that while one condemns the philosophy, it is necessary to work with renewed vigor to get rid of the conditions that brought this movement into being.
Dr. King, Louis Lomax, the author, the Negro author, has called the crisis in Negro leadership grave, and he cites in particular differences between you and Mr. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP. Is the leadership in a state of crisis?
I'm not familiar with this difference. I have a very warm relationship with Mr. Wilkins, and we agree on tactics in most instances and certainly on the goals. And I think the leadership is more united in the civil rights movement now than ever before.
Dr. King, it takes money and a lot of it to keep a movement like this going. What is the financial status of the civil rights organizations? Are they in trouble, or can they just keep right along? Are they all right?
Well, I must say that over 1963, we gained a great deal of financial support from people of goodwill all over the nation. Now, this does not mean that all of our financial problems are solved. All of the organizations have very large staffs and large programs, and it does take a very large budget for each of these organizations. And if we don't continue to get this kind of support, we are in trouble. I think it is significant that we have gotten real support in the past.
I'm afraid we just don't have time for any more questions. We've come to the close of today's session.
Wow.
You know what? I see today it's almost more apparent of the serious nature and political savvy of Martin Luther King. Um, he spoke so eloquently about the issues and the causes on an international level, on a national level, and how they work together, and how at times they don't make sense at all. Considering the GDP is up, we're spending the money overseas. We have money to fight wars overseas, and we still have not gotten to the point in the U.S. where we have social justice, let alone reparations, action plan for African Americans, Black Americans. Beverly, what did you think about Martin Luther King?
Okay.
And yeah, go ahead. Oh. You there? Okay, I think maybe Beverly had to go on pause for a second. I'm curious what leader today, whether it's a Black leader, I'm sure there are some because they get drowned out. Even if, there's an argument that even if there was a Black leader that was, could gain, how could I say, was an orator like Martin Luther King, at the same time they were so politically astute, they would get drowned out if they didn't have a name. Today, it seems like it's very difficult to slide in there to even get a word. But Martin Luther King, he was able to come in at an important time in history. And so he has gained popularity. But back then, Beverly, back in your generation, was he that popular across the country of a figure? Beverly, you there? Oh, she's busy. I'm sorry. Well, we're gonna wait a second for Beverly to come back, and we'll see if she can help us. You there?
Yeah, I'm here now. My phone keeps acting stupid. We have a snowstorm, so
Yeah, that's right. Oh my goodness, the U.S. is under snow right now. Yeah, a serious snow.
Yeah,
It'll be
windy. But the Black community, he went to a church when one of his last public appearances was a church on the street where I live. It was a one-way going down. It was like 2 blocks down. He went to a church.
Your reception went out again. Can you hear me, Beverly? Okay. Yeah, we just wait for Beverly to come back in.
Sorry, it's this phone.
Oh, there you go. You back.
Yeah, it's this phone.
It's okay. You're fine. Go for it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
He went to a church down the street. They're 2 blocks down from my house. My mom and my sister went. I didn't go. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't go, but because I knew it was gonna be on the news. And actually, to be honest, I didn't know they were going. My mom and my sister went out, got in the car and went out. And anyway, he went there and he talked about the same thing. The Black community, they loved him. Yeah, the majority of Blacks loved him. You had a few troublemakers and things like that, but they loved him. His vision. And I asked my mother when I was younger, I said, would we ever have a Black president? She says, not in my lifetime. And she said, Martin Luther King, she told me this. She said, he's smart enough and educated enough to be a president, but they'll never let him be president. He'll never be president. So he was looked at, but if you go back and you can look at go back and see pictures of the Supreme Court in 1964, 63, 64. You'll see a different kind of people. Look at the Congress. The Republicans had Barry Goldwater, I meant to say, not Barry White. Barry Goldwater was he was extreme he was like a MAGA extreme.
Mhm.
Very, very vocal. Nobody wanted Barry Goldwater then. You know, he
Mhm.
was extreme with his views too. But it was just a different kind of people. The people who were in office were different. Even the white people who were in office at that time, you didn't have many black elected officials, because you got to remember, black people were denied votes and stuff like that. Black people didn't start being allowed to get elected to official offices when until after the civil rights movement was driven, about the 70s, I'd
Mhm.
say. So yeah, he was, and white people basically liked him, and the Jewish population, they were coming right out of World War II. A lot of the Jewish support that the civil rights movement got came from Holocaust survivors. I don't
Mhm.
think a lot of black people realize that. They supported it
Well,
because
it doesn't seem to be talked about enough, and I'm not saying that what saddens me the most is that when you hear certain black leaders, like for example Farrakhan, he highlights one aspect, which is how they were able to immigrate into the U.S. or flee into the U.S. as asylum seekers, you could say somewhat, and then elevate themselves. He talks about that, but he doesn't really talk about the fact that they could identify at that time with with what that was they were facing in the U.S., what black people were facing. They could identify with it and instantly said, okay, well, we know what the inroad of that is
right,
because they
right.
experienced it in Europe. So
But
they don't give them enough
but
humanity
what they
to
don't
admit
tell
that,
you,
like somebody like
what they
Farrakhan,
don't
for
tell you
example.
about the Jewish population is America did not allow them to come if they had not closed the border and not closed the migration. Those 6 million people they say that died during the Holocaust, and they
Hmm.
weren't all Jewish people, would have never died.
They would have
My
never died in
mother's
the first place.
way would have never died. My mother's doctor he was a German Jew, and he was his family were among the last boat boatload of European Jews who left Europe and came to America, and he was there at Kristallnacht when they banned the books, when they burned the books, and all that other stuff they did. And he told my mother his family decided to leave at the last moment because the Nazis were walking up to Jewish people, making them open their mouth, and if they had gold in their teeth, the gold filling, they were pulling out. He was telling my mother about how it was, and he remembered. And I was very young then, but I do remember him. He would always make. That was when doctors used to come to your house. He would always make my mother and my grandmother the last patient he would see. And he
Hmm.
would sit down, he would have tea, and he would talk to my mother, and he would talk about it. And it was the time when the Little Rock Nine was going through what they were going through, trying to integrate to school. And he would tell my mother and stuff. So
Hmm.
they don't, they, that part of Black history is never talked about. And I think those are the things that these people who want to do away, who want to whitewash
Hmm.
history, this is what they don't want to see.
Right.
There was not so much divisiveness. They throw it all on Obama. The only reason why America became divisive is because Obama was a black man. He
Right.
really couldn't do, and black people don't understand, he really couldn't do the things he wanted to, because I remember when he was in office and he wanted to give a speech
Hmm.
to the kids for back to school, and that was the worst thing he could have did. Oh, there he's indoctrinating our kid. I can remember seeing a white woman, she was a white woman, a blonde-haired white woman, say, I don't want him speaking to my kids.
Obama represented their worst fears because if it wasn't going to be the half black part, right, it was going to be the name Obama, the Muslim part.
And the middle name, don't forget his middle name is
Hussein.
Hassan.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It was going to be so that essentially he was the figure that every other radical person could feed off of. Every other anti-black or racist could feed off of.
Oh, he's a Muslim.
Yeah.
He just had his dad's name.
Right.
He gave books. I have books and stuff packed away where I read where he said he was raised by his grandparents, his mother's parents, and he said he heard little hateful things about black people, and he met Michelle in school, and he just gravitated towards the black side, I guess. He never forgot, his mother. But
well, he's in America. He's in America,
Yeah.
and a lot of black people. I mean, how different does Obama look from Farrakhan? And Farrakhan calls himself black. How different does Obama look from a lot of black Americans? So
He
would
doesn't
get
look,
that-
as to me, he doesn't look any different than I do.
right. So if he's gonna, if you don't know who he is, if you don't know who his mother is, or if you don't know his history, family history, which most people wouldn't know upon sight, he's going to get the same treatment as a Martin Luther King. Essentially, I mean, they won't see his intelligence, they won't see his wisdom. They will just see a black man that can, they would be like, oh my God.
I'm going to digress a little bit. What do you think about the accusations against Fonnie Willis?
Fonnie Willis.
Yeah, you didn't hear about the accusations against her?
No. Break it, share it with me. I'm sorry, I missed that one. I've been over here, so I've been spending too much time in the raunchy sector of YouTube. Sorry to say. I've been battling bigotry essentially, and y'all.
Well, this is bigotry. What happened?
I've been battling YouTube bigotry from some people that know damn well.
I see. I listen. I haven't been in there. I said I can't do this, but I've been listening. But one of the guys with, I can't think of this man's name. My memory is bad. Well, I'm just, like I said, I'm just waking up over here.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, she picked the special prosecutors. She picked.
Oh, you got a question. Donnie asked you a question too. I forgot. What? He asked you something about Candace Owens, but you can talk about that after. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
She picked a white lady she said was a dear friend of hers, a white man and a black man. There's one of the guys in the case with Donald Trump. They said that she had an inappropriate relationship with him and she should not have picked him. A smear campaign.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I heard about this. Right.
You heard about that.
Yeah, vaguely.
I literally think that this is Donald Trump. I'm wondering, they say that the black guy's wife has had Fonnie Willis to testify in her divorce proceedings. I'm honestly wondering if this woman is an evil black woman, and I'm a black woman myself. I'm a black woman myself, so I know how we can be sometimes when you do. And I wonder if they are paying this lady.
But are you a scorned evil black woman, or is you just evil?
Huh?
Are you a scorned evil black woman?
Evil. They ain't scorned. They ain't scorned. They just damn evil. Because some of the nonsense they be trying don't make no sense to me. And I'm a woman and it don't make sense to me. And I don't see how it makes sense to anybody else. And I'm wondering if they paid this woman off, or is this going to backfire in her? Because
what's her name again? Spell it. Let me just make sure I spell it right. Can you spell it for me?
Fonnie Willis?
Yeah.
Her first name is Fani.
Okay, there we go. And Willis.
Fonnie Willis, yeah. Williams Willis, you'll see it.
I got her. I know this. Yeah, matter of fact, I heard about this, and in fact, I was talking to Tar about this. Tar brought this to me. She's this woman is the attorney general for what state now?
Georgia.
Georgia, right? Exactly.
For
Yeah.
Fulton County.
And it's the election fraud, right?
Election fraud case, yeah.
Right. Now, exactly. Now, I'm going to bring that up on the screen. I'm going to pivot real quick and bring it up on the screen just so everybody knows what you're talking about here.
I
Here
think
we go.
I think they paying these people off. I don't think they have the dynamite. I think they thought she was going to back down.
Well, I talked to Tar, and I just think it's like this. You know, I don't know a whole lot about what's going on, but from what I heard, just the basis of the crux of the argument is that she had they're claiming that she had a relationship with one of her subordinates, right?
Yeah, the black guy, the lead prosecutor.
Right, the lead prosecutor. And somehow that's supposed to be what is it? I don't understand what that means, because it doesn't mean that they're not doing their job. Now, the only thing I thought is that if they're trying to say that she promoted him to lead, that he got his job because of their relationship, their personal affair, that's a conflict of interest. But if that's not the case, I don't see what the argument is.
Well, from you ever go to Midas Touch?
I mean, but because Trump had his own family working for him in the White House.
That's what they're saying.
So what's the point?
What's the hypocrisy of it?
There's no hypocrisy there, and they haven't even there's no hypocrisy there. You know, the question is always ethics. Now, did she promote him to be the lead prosecutor because of that relationship? That's the question. And if that's not the case, then there's no problem.
They say he's qualified to do it. But she gave a speech at a church Sunday, and she spoke about that. She said each one that she put a lady, 2 white people, a lady and a man, and she put him, and he's the only one they questioned his qualifications. She said they each get paid $250 an hour for their work. She said she didn't give him any more than she gave anybody else. And they're all qualified. She said she's been doing this ever since.
Right.
And she, you got to hear her speech, because she said she's been called the N-word so many times. And I really hate when they say N-word. They ain't called you the N-word. They called you a nigga. That's how it is.
Right.
They called you, but they say N-word. And she said her 2 children, and she said she wrote a letter to God, said she couldn't take it no more. She said, but she never gave him, and he didn't get any more money than anybody else got. They all got the same pay. And she said he's qualified. She said she gave him the job because he is qualified. And they're saying a Republican guy in Georgia used the black man to defend something that he was involved in. And there was no problem with him. I don't think nothing's going to come of it. What they're trying to say is that the wife, the man's ex-wife, because he's getting ready to divorce her, has subpoenaed her to come to the trial. I don't know if they paid this lady off to do it. That's the picture you have up now. That's where she gave that speech, and you got to listen to it. And she tells you all the particulars of it. And but the thing with the wife. So I don't know if they're paying her to do it, and this wife feel like she's scoring. You call it scoring. I said just like she want to be an evil bitch. Excuse my expression.
Well, there's a lot of interest in defending Trump against the election fraud. There's a lot of interest in doing that.
Because that's the main thing. That's his main thing. That and the case with Jack Smith is gonna the election fraud, because he definitely did it. And what's his name? I can't say it. Raffenberg, whatever his name is. He's spineless, because he should come to her defense. He did this. Donald Trump did it. They got audio tape. He has smeared everybody. This man, Donald Trump, is a would-be dictator, mafia boss. I believe he would kill somebody if he thought he could get away with it. I don't put nothing past him. She says she can't even live in her own house anymore. They did it with Ruby Freeman and her daughter Shay Moss. They running black people out of their home, and nobody is defending them against Donald Trump. It's terrible. And this is why Biden can't get nothing done, because everybody good. Nobody is locking him up. What the hell, I got locked up for an $83 ticket the Friday before Martin Luther King's birthday one year. And they were going to keep me in jail for $83. For $83, So I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. We'll see what comes of it. They want her off the case.
I think a lot of people don't understand that how much money is behind Trump.
Yeah.
There's lots of money, and so they're going to try to fight anything that they can and throw anything they can, because his number one, his career's on the line, and also.
But it isn't Trump though. I forget the guy's name who's doing it, but it isn't Trump. He's in on it, but he's fighting so he won't get disbarred. He's a lawyer. I'm like, how dumb can you be to throw your, A lot of attorneys won't touch. A lot of attorneys in the East, up here by New York and stuff, they won't deal with Trump. He doesn't pay, And that Travion Cutie, the one we was talking about, Cutie, her attorney walked down on her. He told her he couldn't represent her no more because he wouldn't pay for it. And she's still supporting Donald Trump because she thinks if Donald Trump gets in office, she will be pardoned.
Exactly. That's what I mean. There's so many people that if Trump goes down, they go down too.
And they fighting dirty.
Exactly. Well, let's listen to what she said, and then we get back to MLK and close it up. Let's see here.
I hope for y'all this week I don't look like what I've been through.
The volume is low.
I want y'all to know I pulled out my most lavish $29.99 dress from Ross. And here I stand to talk to you this morning. See, that part's funny. That's not God. Now, I must warn you, if you are looking today, this morning, to hear from a perfect person, well, he was crucified and he died for your sins. But today, what he has brought you is his very flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect servant. And so I prayed for him to please use me this morning. Some people are in this place to hear the word of God. Others are here for other reasons, but my God got a way of making sure no matter why you came, you leave with his message. So the theme being celebrated today is, it starts with me. I want somebody to repeat that. It starts with me. Shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Dr. King's nonviolent philosophy. So I'm gonna start here. When I researched the history of this monumental church, 2 words just jumped off the page at me. And the words were this: this church is built on faith and resilience. The hard-headed, flawed, imperfect servant before you is built and is being constantly chiseled on faith and resilience. I smiled when I read the description. I knew God was telling me, I'm sending you where you need to be. I was invited here to give you a message. But yet my God does what he always does. He brought a message to me. He knew this child needed reminding. So I want to talk to you today about what it's required to be a soldier in this warfare. And that's what it is. Warfare to shift the cultural climate. I must reveal to you a secret though. Oh, wait for it, they want to know. The journey is ugly. The journey is painful. The journey is full of pitfalls. But if you are one of his children, you must answer the purpose. You must answer the call. Y'all don't hear me. You must answer the mandate. The question becomes, are you qualified? And it really comes down to this. How much are you personally willing to sacrifice for the greater good and his purpose? How much? I want you to really sit and think about that question. How much are you willing to sacrifice for God's purpose? See, I must confess to you, as a little girl, I really did not think that Dr. Martin Luther King's dream would still be just a work in progress. I thought by 2024, as a 52-year-old woman, that certainly us humans would have gotten it together. That the cultural shift would have already taken place. I thought by now, well, we would all just be getting along. Boy, was I wrong. Now, right now, as much as any time in history, we need a cultural shift. As Americans have normalized, some of y'all say that with me, Americans have normalized. They've normalized cruelty. They've normalized bigotry. They've normalized hate. Many of our youth and adults have no respect for authority. See, they criticize me for who my earthly father is and my heavenly one. Let me tell you about this earthly daddy of mine. See, my father is one of the few Americans living who was actually able to meet and spend time with Dr. Martin Luther King. He's an older man now. Don't tell him I said it, y'all. And he's told me often, you see how now you look around and on every corner they have Dr. Martin Luther King's picture. And anywhere you go, they are celebrating Dr. King. He said, well, that's not how it was when he was here. Oh, we're going to tell the truth this morning. He tells me, you see, when Dr. King was here, I've seen him very hurt. My father's revealed to me he's seen him in moments where Dr. King was saddened. He was saddened because people were cruel to him, unsupportive. Even some people he thought were naturally in his camp. He told me that there were those that were jealous. And he really took a lot of abuse. He says Dr. King was a great man, a prophet, he calls him. Said he was filled with good and kindness, and the only thing he wanted to do was make the world a more equitable place. He said Dr. King was not a perfect man, but he was a great man, willing to answer God's call. You all, this week at one point, because they told me I could be honest with y'all, I became so in need of my source. I stopped, and to tap in, I penned a letter to my Heavenly Father. I desperately needed to tap in to that one source.
That's it.
See, God knows my heart, my joys, my pains, my sins, my flaws. I am one of his hard-headed children, so he must get me together often. I'm telling the truth this morning. But see, in my life, I have experienced things that have taught me Jesus is the only source I can only rely on every time and all the time. I wondered if it was okay with you to share this letter I wrote this week to my God. But you are warned, it ain't the prettiest journey. And me and my God, we talk like regular folks. Dear Father in heaven, 4 years ago, you sent a godly woman to see me. She was different from me in so many ways. She was married to a wonderful man in law enforcement while I was out here real single, y'all. She was a mother. She was not yet a mother at the time, and I was raising two 20-year-olds, and I did say still raising. She was a different race than mine, and she was a Republican while I was a Democrat. Our commonality was we were both God-fearing women. But I must admit, God, she's much further in her journey than me with Christ. She explained to me, God, that you had spoken to her and told her to seek me out, and so she did. She said you had seen my heart, and you, Father, knew how I loved this county and my community. She provided me with a Bible and encouraged me to commit to reading it often. She said you revealed to her that if I had promised to work hard, follow you, root out corruption at every level, you would give me the position of leadership I sought. I had no idea what her words meant. But in this beautiful lady, I saw Christ. So I knew I was just going to obey. I don't think either of us at the time had an idea what I would inherit or gain as I became the DA. Lord, even right now, I continue to feel unworthy of Him. A divorced single mom who doesn't belong to the right social groups, doesn't necessarily come from the right family, doesn't have the right pedigree. The assignment was just too high for lowly me. All I brought to the table, God, is my mind, my heart, my work ethic, my undying love for people in the community. Lord, you know my history. I'm still carrying childhood hurts. I struggled the entire time I raised my children. You remember when he left and it was just me and these two little girls figuring out how to get it done? God did not seem to care about my laundry list of shortcomings. He was not interested in my fear. So I obeyed. To be honored as the first DA, and who was a woman. Y'all hear me on that. Not a woman of color, just a woman. Will always be one of my greatest honors. I worked so hard for it so long, but I still humbly realize only 1% of the district attorneys in this country are women of color. Why should I, your lowly servant, get this honor? But then this job began. Wait a minute, God. You forgot to tell me there was more than 50,000 cases not closed. You left that detail out. Wait a minute, God. 18,000 unindicted cases going back 7 years? Wait a minute, God. The morale of the staff is in the toilet. And some of them are unqualified around here. God, you gotta be kidding. 7 of the highest profile cases in the United States gonna lay them right here? Nah, please make it stop. God, you forgot to mention that my life and the life of my family would be threatened so regularly, I now think it's not normal if I don't have 2 death threats a week. God, you did not tell me that people would call me the N-word more than they call me Fonnie. You did not tell me as a woman of color, it would not matter what I did. My motive, my talent, my ability, and my character would be constantly attacked. You did not tell me that the people would think they required of me perfection and flawlessness. God, why would you send this imperfect and very flawed woman to that position? God, you did not tell me my home would be swept multiple times for bombs. Or that most days and nights that I would spend them in isolation because that was the safest place to be. You forgot to mention, Lord, that I would have to abandon my home. You forgot to mention the loneliness of this position, and you certainly didn't tell me about this stress. God, I trust you. God, I thank you. God, I love you. I thank you for every attack that makes me stronger. See, I sit here with a peace that surpasses. Dear God, I do not want to be like those that attack me. I never want to be a Marjorie Taylor Greene who has never met me, but has allowed her spirit to be filled with hate. How is this woman who has the honor of being a leader in my state, how is it that she has not reached out to me? She can tell me, I don't agree with anything you're doing, but I do not agree with people threatening your life or the life of your family. That is conduct that is wrong and intolerable, and as a leader, I shall not stand for it. How did such a woman come to think that it was normal and normalized that another woman was worthy of such cruelty? I would never wish for her to have the experiences of the threats that I received, the derogatory name calling, the being doxxed multiple times. God, you never told me that on Christmas night 2023, that I would get an emergency call from Capers Green, my chief of investigations. The police are surrounding your house. A man has called 911 and he said he shot a woman in the head. I am headed there. You never told me the pure, unimaginable fear as I believe my oldest child was dead in my home. I cannot describe, God, for you the panic and the terror and the fear I had, believing my child was no longer with me. I thank you, Lord, that it all turned out to be a cruel hoax and just another day to steal my joy as I tried to celebrate you. God responds to his hard-headed tribe. Pray for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Pray for the man's soul who called your house. God, wait a minute. I ain't there yet. I'm still in my walk with you. I'm just being honest. This is me and my Lord talking. God, I don't really want to do that. I ain't feeling it. God, do as I said, child. I am using her to grow you. Pray for her. I am using all of these experiences to fortify her. Flawed, hard-headed, imperfect me. Pray for her? Yes. But dear God, are you listening? Why does Commissioner Thorne and so many others question my decision in a special counsel? Lord, your flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child, I'm a little confused. I appointed 3 special counsel, as is my right to do, paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attacked one. I hired one white woman, a good personal friend and great lawyer, a superstar, I tell you. I hired one white man, brilliant, my friend, and a great lawyer. And I hired one black man, another superstar, a great friend, and a great lawyer. Oh Lord, they gonna be mad when I call them out on this nonsense. First thing they say, oh, she gonna play the race card now. But no, God, isn't it them who's playing the race card when they only question one? Isn't it them playing the race card when they constantly think, I need someone from some other jurisdiction in some other state to tell me how to do a job I've been doing almost 30 years. God, why don't they look at themselves and just be honest? I mean, can't they keep it 100 with themselves? Why are they so surprised that a diverse team that I assembled, your child, can accomplish extraordinary things? God, wasn't it them that attacked this lawyer of impeccable credentials? The black man I chose has been a judge more than 10 years, run a private practice more than 20, represented businesses in civil litigation. I ain't done, y'all. Served as a prosecutor, a criminal defense lawyer, special assistant attorney general, won Chief Justice Robert Benham Award from the State Bar of Georgia. You know, they ain't just giving this to black men. How come, God, the same black man I hired was acceptable when a Republican in another county hired him and paid him twice the rate? Oh, y'all ain't hear me. In another county, the elected official has the authority to pay him twice the rate. Why is the white male Republican's judgment good enough, but the black female Democrats not? Now, please hear me. I'm not criticizing his judgment. The people of his county elected him to make that decision. In fact, let me put it on the record. He's someone I respect because he was always willing to hire diversity. He was just looking for quality. I don't care political party. They care about it. My only question is, why is it questioned me? Lord, now I want to be clear. All 3 of these special counselors are superstars. But I'm just asking God, is it that some will never see a black man as qualified, no matter his achievements? What more can one achieve? The other 2 have never been judges, but no one questions their credentials. I'm just saying. Lord, I'm just asking, is it that I, because of the shell you chose to put me in, will never be qualified in their eyes to make the decisions the voters put me here to make? Lord, never mind your flawed, imperfect servant has composed a team that wins, and wins. Never mind, Lord, that this leader has a trial conviction rate of 95%. Never mind, Lord, that the trial team this lawyer put together has a conviction rate of 95%.
Yo, she's given an excellent speech right here. I was surprised. I really like how she wrote this speech. If you don't have a little bit of patience, a lot of people probably listen to this speech waiting for something, an explosion in 5 minutes. No, she's really done herself justice here.
Never mind, Lord, that the appellate rate of my office is 96%. Never mind, Lord, that 400 plus children are touched by the programming that my staff put together to keep them out of gangs. Never mind, Lord, thousands of records of citizens in my county have now been restricted so they can work and get homes and return to being productive. Never mind, Lord, in 3 years I have cut the backlog by more than 50%. Never mind, Lord, in my community where in the rest of the country crime is down 5 or 7%, is down 20% here. Never mind, Lord, homicides are down in Atlanta by 21%. Is there something about me, Lord, that makes me still unqualified? God responds, child, pray for those. They can't see what I've qualified. Wait, God, I'm gonna slow down here. It's your hard-headed child. I told you I don't want to pray for them. I am tired of being treated cruelly. Pray for them anyway, child. Pray for their hearts. Pray for their souls. I qualified you. I qualified your imperfect, flawed self. I saw you in every hour. Do my work. Ignore the distractions. Some of y'all may be familiar with my God that I serve. So I'm gonna stop a minute here. He's the same God that took Moses to that burning bush. How many of y'all know Moses had a speech impediment? That's the servant that God sent to give the greatest messaging of all time. Let my people go. God must like hard-headed children because Moses told him, you know I got a speech impediment, right? And who am lowly me to go do that? He said, go tell him the great I am sent you. How many of y'all know God will use regular, ordinary folks to do extraordinary things? Let me say that for y'all again. How many of you all know the God I serve will use ordinary folks to do extraordinary things? God will see all your mistakes, all your flaws, and still choose you to serve. So God told me, I know you're tired of your circumstances, but I'm preparing you. The road ahead of you has some dark days and some bright days. So ladies and gentlemen, on Thursday, I was at a very low point, really tired of all the pain that people cause. So weary of hearing mothers come in talking about their children being hurt or worse, lives taken from them. That pain, I'm somebody who just takes it on. And it got a little heavy on Thursday. Tired of the 14-hour days. If I can be honest with you, tired of the isolation, the loneliness, the backstabbing. Tired of all of it. But then my on-time God showed up, as he always does. A lady I love and respect, but had not seen in more than 2 years, randomly came by the office. I don't stop and take lunch, y'all. I don't have no time in my day. But somehow God miraculously cleared my schedule for 40 minutes. Appointments canceled and open up. So I could spend 40 quality minutes with this lady. She was another leader. She brought me her testimony. of the 2 last awful years. And I'm going to tell you, I felt ashamed because I was so caught up in my own world. I didn't know what my friend had been through. She told me of a cheating husband and of a divorce that had taken place. She talked to me about cancer that entered her body and almost took her out of this place. She talked to me about family trauma and of a child trying to commit suicide. Lord, she told me she was mad with you. The position of authority she had, she really didn't want, but she took it because you told her to, and she had been obedient. And so she wanted to know, how could I be obedient, Lord, and you take me through this last 2 years I've had? She said, Lord, you said you would perfect me. You would perfect the things concerning me. My husband left me. My body became sick. My children suffered. My finances are in the toilet. This is far from her. The Lord said to her, when I told you to devote yourself to me, I will perfect you. You heard it in your human ears. You heard that meant I would make things easy and perfect. I did not mean that things would be easy as you heard it. She said she then looked at the biblical interpretation. When the verse says the Lord will perfect that which concerns you, it literally means he will complete it. How many of you all know my friend's random visit was not random at all? And once again, the Lord was talking to his hard-headed child. When the Lord was saying he would perfect me, the things concerning me, he was telling me he would use me to complete it. So I'm here to tell you something, and it may make some of y'all a little uncomfortable. God's using ordinary people to do extraordinary things. I come real regular. In fact, when I meet people, that's what they say. Real regular, you don't have no airs about yourself. And I say, well, how can I come from regular folk. I ain't got no pedigree. I'm not a member of any of those elite organizations. And one more thing, I'm as flawed as they come. But there is something special about me. It's my willingness to love people. I love people of every political party, different viewpoints, different races, different sexuality. And one thing you will come to learn about me is I make sure everyone else is good, and sometimes I'm not.
Wow.
Dr. King was an extremely special, brilliant, godly man, but he was just a man. And his journey was full of mistakes, pitfalls, pain, and ugliness. Despite all of that, he overcame those things and he changed the entire world. See, I know we are at a time of history when they want to throw away books and not talk about history. Some of y'all may have forgotten when Dr. King was alive, he was attacked for his stance on the Vietnam War. Some of y'all might have forgotten that scandal the FBI tried to do on personal indiscretions they alleged. Some of y'all forgot that. But now that same FBI will take a day off to celebrate Dr. King because my Lord and Savior will make them your footstool. All the glory I receive, it's his grace, not a perfect me. We are at a time in history, people. Hear me on this. We are at a time in history when you can no longer sit back and just let other folks do it. You cannot expect Black women to be perfect and save the world. The Lord is completing us. We are
Is the
not
show
perfect.
still going on?
We need your prayers. We need to be allowed to stumble.
It's
We
almost
need
done. It's almost done. It's like it's 2 more minutes. It's almost over. She's about to wrap it up. But it's an excellent speech, Beverly. It's an excellent speech.
Yeah, I had a problem. This weather here is crazy.
Mm.
We're
Wow.
on
It's
we're
in
on an
North-
Arctic freeze warning.
Yeah, it's an Arctic freeze. It's an Arctic blizzard over there. Y'all having it hard. And you know, for the people who don't have shelter, oh my God.
Oh no, they taking everybody off the street.
They're taking people off the street.
Yeah, they always do. When it's
Okay.
like this.
And
they
for
don't
the
let
people
nobody
that don't
see
have
it.
heat, people that don't have heat,
Well, that's a whole nother story.
right? You know,
I'm gonna put a picture up on my I have to do a short because I need 12 more subscribers, then I can go live. But I live near a river, the Passaic River, and the river's gonna overflow when the snow starts melting. Because I'm gonna take a picture of it. I'm gonna try to, but when I get 12 more followers,
put your handle in the chat so I can put it, or give me your handle in the back chat and I'll put it in the front. All right.
Wait a minute. I am.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask people to go
Yeah, I
subscribe.
only need to, because this is crazy.
No worries. I'm gonna let it play. It's almost done. It's like 2 more minutes and then she's done.
With that kind of support, we will move mountains and do Jesus' will, stumbling all the way. So his flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child has a message for each of you today. Please find a way to do your extraordinary, God-given assignment and make this community and the world a better place for all of his people. See, it is never about who you are. It is always about the great I am and who he is. See, we are all flawed, sinners, unworthy, imperfect, damaged, but we are qualified upon his calling. You can find common ground with people of all different ideologies if you simply commit yourself to being obedient and steadfast in your efforts and his word. If you commit yourself, God will turn your hard-headed self into the extraordinary for his kingdom. Thank you.
Well, I gotta tell you, she broke that down. That was a hell of a speech. That was, that was an excellent speech. That might be one of the best speeches I've heard this year, to be honest with you. She said a whole lot there, and with grace too. And I hope people don't care that she, don't focus on the fact that she's in a church or the fact that she's speaking about God or something. Try to read between the lines and hear the political message, the call to action that she's asking people to take action. Find something you can do that really has some, can create some change and be a part of that activity, because look at the times. Homegirl's a prosecutor. I mean, she's a attorney general, right, for that state, and she's getting death threats. They search her home she gets death threats every other day, period. So she's not, and does she, how much does she really get paid? I mean, if you're going to be a civil servant, and work in that capacity, and as a politician or an elected official or any of that, if you're not really in the Senate or in the Congress. You know, when you're local, you're not really getting a big paycheck. These people are working, like, you heard what she said, 14 hours a day. 14 hours a day, you know, and she's not shaking, and she's got to face all that adversity. So if you think you just ask yourself, are you working 14 hours a day? Just ask yourself, what are you committed to? What have you been a part of? You know, and ask yourself if it's time today to be a part of something, you know, some kind of action plan, right? Yeah, some kind of civil activity where you can, you know, demand some change for the better for somebody. But in any case, that was beautiful, and I can't believe it. That was Fannie Willis, and it saddens me to hear a black woman, you know, particularly speak like this inside of the U.S., inside of her own country, to know that she's getting death threats, to know that just to do the job, she's going to get all of that. And the racist words, didn't even have the national rep come. Well, I think who was it? She's speaking about the congresswoman or the senator of that, or the governor of that state. I forget, but in any case, didn't get a warm welcome from the other woman of power in that country. In that state, because of her race. I mean, these are a lot of the hostilities that Martin Luther King had to put up with. And
she's talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the crazy lady that's always out there, right?
Psycho lady, the one that put up the pornographic pictures. You know what I like about that speech? She's also got a subpoena supposedly from the lead prosecutor, the black guy's wife. She didn't address that issue, and I was so glad she didn't. She's gonna wait to be deposed, because I'm telling you, Marjorie Taylor Greene would have took it and twisted it. She didn't give nobody no words to twist as far as that case.
Oh, absolutely. Her. Yeah. You're not supposed to do that.
She's smart. She knew what she was doing.
Hey, everybody, go to Beverly's channel. She need like 10 more. How many more subs do you need, Beverly?
About 12, 13
12 more. So everybody go over there and help Bev out so she can get her up and rolling.
I can use my phone live until I get my computer back up and running.
There you go.
Get my laptop back up and running.
Well, I'm going to subscribe, Beverly. So, matter of fact, just 2 seconds. I'm gonna do it.
I got a bunch of stuff up there, but you know, I really want to talk about.
Beverly, it says it's not there. Oh, it's B Girl 72.
It's BIGGIRL. BIGGIRL.
Okay, my fault. It's because you had some extra in that link. Let me rewrite the link real quick.
What did I do?
I don't know. It was something extra behind it. Here is.
It's www.
I got it. Let's see. I'm gonna put the new one in the link. I got it now. I just subscribed to you, Beverly. There you go, y'all. This is the actual handle right here. All right, at bgirl _72.
Yeah.
Right. At big girl. Damn. Sorry. At big girl. Uh-oh.
That's a name.
There we go.
That's the name. I'm a hippie girl.
Yeah, but that was a hell of a speech.
Yes, it was. It was powerful.
And you know what? If I hear I just anybody that has some negative criticism of her that's black, come up here. You don't have to do it right now, but leave a comment, and I want to hear how idiotic it is, because this sister is impressive. You know, but we have to start challenging our people to not be the what did Martin Luther King call them? He called them he had a word for it, not Rumpelstiltskins. He called them something else. It's a word for that. People that don't do anything and let the moment pass them. Right? People that don't do anything.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the word.
Yeah, it's a funny word. I said it earlier today. There's a word for that. Yeah, people that don't do much, they don't involve themselves in any type of action work, no action plan during turbulent times, hard times, and they just watch the whole political moment pass them by and complain about the people that do. So on that note, I'm going to close out, but I want to hear this last one. And then RIP to
Let me address this before you start, because I gotta go too. I don't know
okay,
about
do
that.
that.
I don't know about that Candace Owen thing. I'd have to really spur. But have you seen the video that EPOCH TV put out about January 6th? It must be
No.
a right-wing newspaper, but you got to go to that, because for the beginning of Black History Month, I want to do something like that. I want to do, maybe we could do it together if I can't get
Okay.
my computer right. But I'll have all the stuff into, now that I have, and I'll send it to you. You got my email address. I put it in the back chat.
Let's
So,
talk about that. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds interesting. I got it up right here. Epoch TV.
Epoch TV. Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's a new one out about George Floyd. It's
Mhm.
some guy, I don't know his name, because I can't take care of this Owen but so much, because I start slapping my phone, and I need my phone because I don't have nothing else.
Yeah, it's Beverly.
Yes, I
It's
am.
Beverly.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
am.
It's also Big Girl 72. She
That's
got
the
3 names.
scandal out of it. I'm a hippie. I'm a hippie girl.
Hey, but
That's-
Bev, if you got a microphone where you at and a recorder?
Do I have a microphone in the recorder? No, I don't have anything right now. I had it. Somebody
Okay.
stole all my
But
stuff.
you know what? I know how we can do it. If you want to do some of the narration, then we could throw something like that together, no problem.
I can record on my phone, but I don't know how you would get it.
No, I know how we do. We do it the same way we're doing it now. We just do it privately, but through the same system. No problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we do it.
Yeah.
We do it offline through the same system. It works. StreamYard works that way offline too. So.
Oh, it does. I didn't
Yeah.
know that. See,
Yeah.
I don't know too much about it. I
No
usually do
worries.
my stuff off of my computer. I'm not. When I was in school, we would learn the binary numbers for the big old,
Right, DOS. For DOS.
the big old stupid looking things.
Oh,
We
no.
had to-
You was before DOS. Yeah, you was early DOS. You were the first computers.
I
That's
was with binary numbers when they was key punching. When you used to
Yeah,
get the cards
exactly.
with the holes and stuff. When I was like in the 2nd or 3rd grade, because I went to Catholic school, they was teaching us all that dumb shit. Excuse my expression.
Well, but you know what, Beverly? You got a wealth of knowledge that you're sharing to people, and I'm
That's
always
because
learning something from you every
it's
day.
because of the school I went to too.
You go hard, girl. You go hard.
It's
You are
because-
politically astute. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? Really.
yeah, I love it.
And you got and also you've have a lot of just life experience too, you Sharon. So I appreciate that a lot.
Nah, my life experience was good, because some of the things I hear people go through, like when I listen to Queen's Throne and stuff, the things that I hear that people go through, I'm like amazed, like just human trafficking and stuff like that. Because my mother was Democrat, and I tell people this: you don't have to be a Republican to be a conservative. My mother was old school, Black, Southern Baptist, conservative. We didn't hang. Me and my sister, we didn't hang out. I had an older sister. She was almost 10 years older than me, just the two of us. We didn't hang out. We didn't do none of that. And we went to New York. I was 17, and I wanted to go to Apollo with my friends. And my mother was like, well, I could go with you, or your dad could go with you. I mean, nobody don't want to do that. I wouldn't go. My sister used to do it, but I would. And I was like,
Thank God you didn't. We don't want
and now I can't even stand to go to, and now I can't. Oh, we used to sneak. Now I used to sneak to you.
Somebody on 125th might have,
Oh no, I
spoiled them.
probably see Sinetta there. I used to see all of them when we sneak over there. I probably seen them and just didn't pay them no attention. I ain't never paid no attention. They all slick con.
The
They
hustlers.
con artists. They street hustlers. Yo, always. I know about all of that. My son always said to me, "Mom, you say your mother ain't let you go nowhere, but how you know about this? How you know about that?" I'm like, she was strict, but she didn't raise us dumb. She didn't raise, we
Right.
weren't dumb. We weren't dumb to the street. And I know I wasn't, because I was always somewhere where I shouldn't have been, but I knew the line not to cross. I never stepped across the line, you know. But yeah, no, nobody don't pay no attention to Sinetta. Everybody up on the East Coast in this area, my area, the tri-state area, they know what Sinetta and them is about. And if you go there, it's the same thing. Sometimes I go to listen to him, I can't listen to him. And I know a couple of people that backed away from him because of that polite situation. And then all the stuff, he pulling guns and bringing them out on the screen and stuff. Oh, stupid stuff that don't make no sense. You know who speaks up for Fonnie Willis? You have to go to, people don't like him either, Roland Martin. He has his own station and he breaks down, you should see his breakdown of why Black news channels can't survive because they don't get the advertising dollars they should. He did a good one on that. I'm gonna try to get the link and give you the link for that so you can listen to that. But you can check him out. And then the Black Star Network, that's his network. And he breaks down why. And I'm gonna say this and then I gotta go. I didn't know this. Tubi is owned by Rupert Murdoch, the same one that owns Fox News, and I can't stand Fox News.
Hold on, who is what channel?
Tubi
is. Oh,
Tubi
really?
TV, and I learned that from Roland Martin.
So that's right wing. That's right wing. Okay.
That's why they got Tubi TV is owned by Rupert Murdoch, and that's why they got all the Black movies on there, and people looking at it, but it is some kind of way.
They're suckering people. They're suckering people. They
right,
sucker
and
people.
when you click on those TVs and have that viewership, then when you sign up for it, they know how many people sign up because it's free.
Social engineering. It's social engineering.
And you're supporting him, and he's supported by a billionaire. Listen to, I'm going to send you that link and stuff in there. But listen to Roland Martin break it down why he doesn't get the Black. He said that the advertisers give out all the money. There's money for it, but Black people, they get the crumbs because of something. I didn't really understand. I'm not a business oriented. I am a business orientated person, but it takes me a while.
We don't have the demographic. We're a minority group, so you know.
But
and
Black people don't like Martin. You should see the people get on there.
Right, they don't support it. That means that we're supposed to be supporting each other even more, and instead, we let people like Tariq. See, this is my thing. My thing about politics is that I challenge anybody's position. That's my bottom line. We should have platforms where everybody is welcome to speak their position, right? And it's the same thing with religion or pseudo religion. Well, not pseudo religion, you know, too much of this crazy stuff. But generally, I don't care what your opinion is. What I want to hear is your argument. I don't want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your argument on the facts, and I want to
the reason why you don't want this, that, and the other.
Right, exactly. And so I think that it's really ridiculous what Tariq is doing. He should step it up and stop being scared. Stop being like a coward.
He's a con. Tariq Nasheed is
a con artist. You know,
I agree with Michi X.
Because I don't necessarily like everything about Roland, but the thing about it is that it's like he has a lot of solid information, like
he does.
Progressive information, news-worthy information, like, you know, it just happened yesterday type of stuff. Tariq don't have that, and so Tariq should just, if he can't do it better, then just shut up, you know. But he doesn't, and his audience is like happy to do nothing. I forget the term that Martin Luther King used for people like that. They don't realize they're doing it, but they're turning into a bunch of nothingness. They don't do anything. They just gather there, talk shit. The end of the day, nothing, no action plan, and they don't support nobody else's action plan. And that's the problem. And we got to get out of that attitude. And, you know, the difference is that I think once you have been a part of movements, you see that clearly for what it is, the nothing people. You see what I mean? Because Tariq got a whole lot of people He got so many people. You can do anything. Anything's possible with that amount of people. And what is he doing? Nothing.
Nothing. But you did
Yeah.
did you know that Oprah Winfrey? I just found this out. I think she only owns 10 or 5% of the OWN network. She sold it.
I'm
It's
not
white
surprised.
owned.
I'm not surprised. That was her plan
I was
anyway.
shocked.
No, that was her plan. That was the plan to build it up with her name.
Well,
Bring it.
Tyler Perry put his shows on there just to help her. He never wanted to do that, but she was he considered her a friend, and he put to build her up, and he left. And maybe that's why he left. I don't know that
Hmm.
part. And what I like about Roland is if he's wrong, he'll apologize for being wrong. He'll
Right.
straighten it out.
Oh, but guess
he ain't-
what? Guess what? You have to. You have to be willing to do that, or you're not serious. And
Right.
that goes for anybody, you know. And what I liked about the sister here, hold on, what was the sister's name again? Willis. What was her name?
Bonnie Willis.
Bonnie Willis. Is she said that she's not perfect. She's scarred. She's not, you know. But it's not about are you perfect, you know. It's about are you committed to doing the right thing. And if you make a mistake, then you fix it. That's committed to doing the right thing. You don't have to be perfect, but a lot of people out here are developing an attitude, or it's being sold to us that we don't need to be responsible in that way. And in fact, there's a lot of people out there that think they're perfect and doing nothing for nobody.
But
You know,
themselves.
Mhm.
Candace Owens, she's one. Nobody black goes after her. Nobody. She sits when she bats eyes as fast as her mouth runs. She talks over you. She has no solid proof of anything she says. She claims that Derek Chauvin should not be in prison. He had his knee in
Oh hell no!
and he had his knee in George Floyd's back, not his neck. I mean, I
Oh
wear
my
glasses.
God. She needs to go. She needs to jump off a cliff with that one.
Somebody
Like,
needs to challenge her. Nobody challenges her. She'll block you out. So somebody needs to come out and challenge her. She won't debate Roland Martin. She goes to Turning Point USA. I
yeah,
watched
she's a coward. She's a coward. You know,
I watched the video of Charlie Kirk and 3 other men who look like they ain't had. Never mind, I can't say what I wanted to say because I'm not gonna say it. But they look like, put it this way, they look like they ain't had fill in the blank. None since they was born. And since they was born. Talking about they sitting there debating about Taylor Swift. They don't like Taylor Swift.
you mean they don't have no kahunas?
Yeah, no, she don't have no eggs.
Oh, she don't have. I'm sorry.
Why would 4
Shut
men
up.
do that?
Shut up.
Why would I said they ain't had none. NONUN.
You crazy, Beverly.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. They said, and I wish you could see that video of Charlie Kirk and these 3 guys talking about and Charlie Kirk, he looks like something's wrong with him. He wears that stupid hairdo with his hair, I don't know, with a mohawk on the top of his head. I just can't take them. You know why they don't like Taylor Swift? Because she has a big following, and her fans love her, you know. And she told all her young fans to register to vote, and they're saying the Republicans are talking about her because they say she should stay out of politics because they followed her and she registered.
They didn't say that
over.
they didn't say that when Kanye was walking his ass up into Trump's office.
Right. 40 she broke the internet, her site. She broke it. 40,000 of her young followers registered to vote, and from what they say, they all voted Democrat. Democratic. That's why they don't like Taylor Swift. But when they got on there and Charlie Kirk asked, did this girl have any eggs left? Oh, she's 30. No man wants her. She's 30. She's not married. She don't have no kids. Do she have any eggs left? I'm like, oh hell no, not these 3 clowns. The 4 stooges there. You know, and another thing, this guy that Walter Cronkite, Edward R. Murrow, Douglas Edwards, Chet Huntley, and David Brinkley, all the good journalists are gone. They were all gone. We don't have good journalism anymore in America.
No,
He
no,
was a great journalist. He was a
we have interest
Edward,
groups. We got
Edward,
interest groups.
yeah, him and Edward R. Murrow, Douglas Edwards, Chet Huntley, David Brinkley, Peter Jennings, all of them, Tom Brokaw, all the good ones are gone. They gone. CNN is nothing now.
Yeah.
You had what was his name? Ed Schultz, he died. You had Keith Olbermann, they got rid of him. They didn't like him. All the good journalists are gone. We have no good journalists now.
I'm here.
We have no good journalists now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But well, the reality in the US is reflecting that. I mean, you know, when you need to get somewhere, journalism plays a part in that in the society. If the society gets to where they need to be, then journalism, you know, it doesn't. You still need journalism, but it takes it in a different form, you know. But in the U.S. right now, you can see the effects of having not enough good journalism. And also the corporate interests have taken over, you know, the news networks, you know. So, and I'm not, you know, so of course there's some information they put out there, but there's for some reason
Citizens United. That Supreme Court decision ruined America. Corporations buying it. And the one of the ladies, that last lady, Catherine Mackin, she was a good. She worked for NBC News. She was very good news reporter, but she died young. She had cancer and she died. She didn't really, you know, she died very young, but she was a good news reporter. But they were all gone. So
well, Beverly, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah,
and,
I gotta go because it's 10 o'clock. It's almost 11 o'clock.
But you strong. You got a strong stick though on the political insight for real. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, well, have a good day, and don't get caught out there in the snow.
I don't go in the snow. I'm not a snow bunny. I worked. I retired for a reason. I did that.
You got a fireplace?
Oh hell no.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
I gotta buy a fireplace. We buy fireplace. But hopefully I might have one when I move.
I just wanted to make you laugh. I
need a fireplace.
Yeah, me too. All right, Beverly. All right.
But anyway, we gotta go. That's a whole other story. Bye. Have a good day.
I'm gonna catch you on Thursday live, all right? If you're free.
All right.
This Thursday. Okay. All right.
What time?
It's gonna be all day. All day, all night.
What? You ain't gotta work? You got fired?
I'm off. Oh, don't start playing with me, yo. Thank God, not yet.
Okay. All right.
I'm off a few days. So I get a few days off.
Maybe I can throw something out there and you can talk about that too. For that, since it's gonna be all day, who knows?
There you go. Let's make a plan. Send me that email and make some suggestions. All right.
You did. You gotta send me your email before you end it.
I sent you an email already.
Oh, you sent it already.
Yeah, just go check your email. Okay. Yeah, go check your email.
Yeah.
All
right.
All right. Thank you, Bev.
Later.
All right. Yeah, that was Beverly, aka Pumpkin, aka Big Girl _72 on YouTube. Everybody go over to her page and subscribe. She needs 12 more subscribers. All right, so she can get things popping. Yo, David says the problem is the vast majority of citizens are politically unsophisticated. Absolutely, brother. This is why the news brother, I'm serious. I'm just saying it. As your brother, I'm American, African American. I love New York, lived in New York some years, a couple of different times, grew up in DC, but I live in Europe now. And I'm not, Europe has issues, but I'm sorry. It's way too many Americans for the size that are not the political understanding of their own country policy and all of that is so, they're suffering so much, and you can see the inaction, you know, and the politicians are walking all over them. The interest groups are walking all over them. I mean, it's the most important time today than it's ever been. And you got two people, you got two choices. You got Biden and you got Trump. Trump is walking around with a dirty diaper. People saying he stinks. People say he stinks. And yet there's people that want to vote for him just to get Biden out of there. And Biden, people are concerned about Biden. People are criticizing Biden, saying that he doesn't have a strong enough social action plan for the poor, but also for anything specific targeting African Americans specifically, and the generational injustice, you know, for centuries. And right now would be a good time for Biden to you know, do a little something, I think. But you never know. Let's find out if he does. Let's find out. Okay, I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna close out, everybody. Yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, but I wanted to cover some things today about him, and because I know everybody was doing that yesterday. But R.I.P. to Martin Luther King. For those of you that didn't hear the live, go back to the beginning, because we played three Martin Luther King videos. 2 were live speeches, and he goes in. And in fact, a lot of the things you hear these HOK people saying, and a lot of ignorant black people at times, they criticize Martin Luther King for positions he didn't even have. If you just listen to the man, you listen to him and hear what he's saying. He's saying all the things that people are criticizing the country for right now, that are questioning. But folks are questioning, why are we in all these wars? So did Martin Luther King. Folks are saying, if we got all this war over there to go overseas, how come we don't have things for justice program in our own country? Martin Luther King was saying that. I mean, just go back to the top and listen to it, and let me know what you think and leave a comment. David, Love Me Fru, Pumpkin, aka Beverly, Andrea, Donnie Williams, JTV, peace to everybody. Thank you so much, and we out. I'm just going to go out on this one real quick. R.I.P. Martin Luther King.
Our newsroom in Washington, in color. This is the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite and Russ Hodge in Memphis, Tennessee, Dan Rather in New York, Bernard Kalb in Saigon, Marvin Kalb in Wellington, New Zealand, and Bert Quint in Quezon, South Vietnam.
Good evening. Dr. Martin Luther King, the apostle of nonviolence in the civil rights movement, has been shot to death in Memphis, Tennessee. Police have issued an all-points bulletin for a well-dressed young white man seen running from the scene. Officers also reportedly chased and fired on a radio-equipped car containing 2 white men. Dr. King was standing on the balcony of a second-floor hotel room tonight when, according to a companion, a shot was fired from across the street. In the friend's words, the bullet exploded in his face. Police, who have been keeping a close watch over the Nobel Peace Prize winner because of Memphis' turbulent racial situation, were on the scene almost immediately. They rushed the 39-year-old Negro leader to a hospital where he died of a bullet wound in the neck. Police said they found a high-powered hunting rifle about a block from the hotel, but it was not immediately identified as the murder weapon. Mayor Henry Loeb has reinstated the dusk-to-dawn curfew he imposed on the city last week when a march led by Dr. King erupted in violence. Governor Buford Ellington has called out 4,000 National Guardsmen. And police report that the murder has touched off sporadic acts of violence in a Negro section of the city. In a nationwide television address, President Johnson expressed the nation's shock.
America is shocked and saddened by the brutal slaying tonight of Dr. Martin Luther King. I ask every citizen to reject the blind violence that has struck Dr. King, who lived by nonviolence.
Dr. King had returned to Memphis only yesterday, determined to prove that he could lead a peaceful mass march in support of striking sanitation workers, most of whom are Negroes. Dr. King had this to say last night about the situation in Memphis.
Maybe I could understand the denial of certain
basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there.
The
But
government
somewhere I
killed him.
read
The FBI killed
of
him.
the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right.
There was shock in Harlem tonight when
Sitting at home all alone, watching TV, the big screen show.
Peace, y'all.
A knock at the door, you're in the right place in line. Sit back and relax. Are you ready for this night? Behind each day, there's a vision of life. Vision of life. Endless rainbows in each other's lives. Oh, coast to coast, where our rivers flow. Yeah. In your eyes, it's the first episode. God created the heaven and earth. From the womb came a new childbirth. The blackest Caesar that you ever seen. A civilization, a nature common king. Yeah. Behind each day, there's a vision of life. Vision of life. Rainbows in each other's lives. In the sky, with a cross window, with a cross window. In your eyes, it's the first episode. La, da, da,
Reflections of light. It's the first episode.
Oh, girl. You know I still visit the US.
on and on and on and on and on, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a vision of life. A vision of life. Oh, each other's lives, yeah. With a cross with low, yeah, yeah. It's the first episode of life. Shade of love, yeah. Oh, centuries used to be a little ghetto child's worth love to me. Future, oh, that beautiful one, baby girl, baby boy. We go on and on. On and on and on. Oh, yeah. Child is born, and life goes on.
Peace.